Emma, you're a force. You are a force. Did you love that? Emma Sadlier. Well, the rest of our day is going to be equally remarkable. All you need to do is to follow us at MomentumZA, and then also with that hashtag, we want you to tweet away. It's hashtag Science of Success. To our ladies and gentlemen that has just joined us, a warm welcome. To those of you that have just logged on online, it is an honor to have you here. We're going to take a short leg stretch, but allow me to quickly give you details about how we're going to energize you next. Doctor, it's good to see you. I can't wait to hear you. All right, so let me take you through it. As powerful as we've just experienced our first session, we're going to take you on the next journey. We have 2 masterclasses that will run concurrently. Don't be alarmed. We will be repeating the masterclasses that you are missing out on. For instance, in this room, the Ivory Room, there will be a masterclass, and then next door in the Ebony Room, there will be a different one. Later on this afternoon, you'll see on your program, it repeats. Then the Ebony Room will run the same masterclass, and in this room, the Ivory Room, we will repeat the same masterclass. So I'm going to quickly let you know where you could go. All right. In this room, Science of Success Tax, that Nontokoza was referring to earlier. This is with Kitumetse Sisana, Tinus Mare, moderated by our very talented Nozipho Shabalala. She's in the room. Hey, guys. I never thought I'd be so excited about tax. I know, right? But I must tell you, our experts are sought after. Sought after. We're going to learn and grow today. And remember my promise. We're making lots of money today, okay? Eyes on you. All right. Where I'm going in the Ebony Room, whoa, we're going to have fun. So I've got 2 people with me. Johan Mini and Zama Zulu is joining me. We're going to be unpacking wealth. I'm really looking forward to that conversation. Now remember, the same conversation will repeat later on today, and then in this room, we'll be repeating tax as well. If you missed out on any of the details, it's in your program. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to post and post away. This is a leg stretch. So if you would like to be in the Ivory Room for this presentation, you're welcome to stay seated. Otherwise, you can follow me to the Ebony Room. You online, well, you're lucky. You can dip in and out on any of the platforms. So we'll see you just now.
Okay, so that was a power session by Emma Sadler, talking social media. And while we're still talking social media, come with me. Let me bring you into the online zone. That's what I'm calling it, the online zone. So I've got a lot of people interacting, and I want to just remind you that every time you interact, there's a leaderboard. And we've got prizes. We've got spot prizes as well as grand prizes towards the end. It's going to be for the top 4. I'll tell you a little bit later about what prizes you're actually going to be winning. Let me run you into the platform and let's kind of see what's going on. So I've got Prish who's saying that the agenda is on fire. Listen, I agree with you, Prish. I've got Utoliswa who's saying, Emma, your presentation was very insightful. She loved it a lot. I've got Urritumetsi Randara who's saying, definitely started off the session on a high note. Emma outdid herself, and I agree with that. Now, remember I spoke to you guys about a leaderboard. So let me go to there and kind of see who is on top. So currently on top of the leaderboard, it's on the left tag. It's on the left side, left panel of your live stream platform. I've got Usebenzile Msibi, who's on 105 points, but they are tied with Prish Moodley on 105. I've got Ritumetsi Randara, who is on 80 points. I've got Patria, who's also on 80 points. Remember, every time you ask a question, every time you interact with us, every time you're in the chat, every time you even click on a poll and choose what it is that's relevant to you, we're giving you points. Why do these points matter? They matter because we've got these spot prizes. I've got the first winner of the first poll, Angela Lega. We choose people randomly from the polls and when they interact. What do you win on these spot prizes? Well, I've got Dr. Price Pritchett's book. Dr. Price Pritchette is our international keynote speaker today. Amazing man. Got the opportunity to listen in on him yesterday at a brunch. Super awesome. This is called U Squared. It's called U Squared, Dr. Pritchette's book, a high velocity formula for multiplying your personal effectiveness in quantum leaps. I mean, who doesn't want to do that? This is also part of the science of success. Now, what's coming up after this? This is actually kind of like a break, but it's more of a refuel. We're literally refueling for the next sessions. Now, we've got a masterclass that's coming up. Our first masterclass online is on the science of success when it comes to taxation. Then there's going to be another 3 throughout the day. We've got the SOS, the science of success when it comes to retirement, then wealth, as well as critical illness. You guys need to stick around. Literally, I wouldn't even say you must get up. I would say literally just sit there. Let us know what questions you've got around tax. Remember, also you can jump into the live stream part. There's a part for chat where we get to interact. You've also got questions. The questions are important for the sessions, and people can upvote these questions. So for instance, in the last session, Barutsana's question was upvoted, and she was asking, how can employees balance authentic self-expression on social media with responsibilities of safeguarding the company's reputation, especially when personal values or social commentary might conflict with the company's policies? Now, that question was upvoted. So you don't have to write the exact same question. What you could possibly do is just upvote someone else's question if they're asking something that you were likely going to ask as well. So that's how we interact all over the platform. We've got 450 people that are online right now. Listen, if I'm going to ask you to do something, I'm going to ask you to tell your friends to register and to jump in, because we're going into the masterclasses. They're going to be super awesome. Also, there's a polls tab. Don't forget the polls tab. This is where you can earn more points to get onto the leaderboard. But just to reiterate, our first winner is Angela Lagar, and she wins this personally signed. I forgot to add that. This book is personally signed by our international keynote speaker, Dr. Pritchette. So it's a refueling stop, but we'll be back right after this. Iti, they want to go live. Sorry. Okay, as I told you, that was not a break. That was a refuel. I'm hoping that everybody is refueled. Is on taxation, the science of success when it comes to tax. And I've got Unozipho Chabalala, who's going to be our moderator. We've got Keynote Sesanda, who is the voice of the industry. So how we're doing it today, and even at other festivals, we've got somebody who is from the industry, then we've got a voice of momentum, a key expert, a champion on the topic. And for this one, we've got Tienis Marais, and he is going to be the voice of momentum on this one. So now, I need you guys to be interacting on the platform. Since I last spoke to you, our leaderboard is still the same. Our leaderboard is still the same. We've got a tie at the top. Number 1 and number 2, Sebenzile and Pritchette are at the top with 105 points. Remember, how you earn points is from you interacting, asking questions, not just chatting. Take your questions and put them into the questions tab, not just in the chat. The chats are cool, but you get more points if somebody's interacting with your question. And then questions can be upvoted. So if you ask a really, really good question, that can be upvoted up. And that's the question that I will be taking into this first session when it comes to taxation. I'm going to be bridging the gap between you guys and what's happening live here. I'm going to be taking you there. So we also have polls, guys. I want you to, when you're on the live stream portion, we've also got polls. For instance, the last poll was, what brought you here to this festival? And we had a winner, Angela Lagarde. You get an opportunity to win this amazing book from our international keynote speaker, Dr. Pritchette. And look, I want you guys to win. I'm going to tell you a little bit later about the grand prizes. Remember, the top 4 highest interactions on the leaderboard are going to win something really special. And I don't even want to say it. It's really, but it can keep you cool. That's maybe a hint. So I want you guys to be interacting throughout the session. Remember, move it from the chat into those questions into the questions tab. That's how we upvote those questions. I want you guys engaged. And remember, success, it's going to favor those who stay focused. So I need you to stay focused. The delegates are about to jump in. Let me maybe show you a little bit about what's going on here. So we've got everybody behind me. They also need to go in. You guys need to go back in. The next session is going to go.
Sorry, I'm Emma's PA, so I'm trying to get a picture of Emma. Second.
Oh, that's Emma. She's just done an amazing session for us.
I want to get a picture.
No, jump in. Emma can definitely take a picture. Everybody online is loving Emma's. Hopefully we can try and get her quickly. Maybe we can figure out if we've got a mic and get her quickly. But look, Emma's session was awesome. And everyone online is loving it. You guys are loving it. So remember, the more you interact on our platform, the more chances you've got to move up the leaderboard. But don't spam us, please. Don't spam us. Please make sure that it's legit questions and practical questions. And I'm going to take those questions into there. So guys, I'll see you inside.
who gives you those insights. I only need to hold the conversational space for us to have the conversation to do that. However, this is a masterclass, and by virtue of it being a masterclass, it also means we want to create space for your voice to come into the conversation. So we're not going to speak at you for 45 minutes. I'm going to try my best in about 30 minutes to really get to some of the key questions that I know that many of us in the room have. And then we're going to open up the conversation, and I'm going to invite you to ask your own questions, to bring to the surface the things that make you deeply uncomfortable or fearful when we start talking about tax. And of course, that extends to all of you who are joining us online. We're not going to get the physical space or let the physical space just dominate the conversation. We're going to take some of the online questions facilitated by Zim. So please send us your questions, send us your comments, and send us your reactions. As I take my seat, I want to introduce the two incredible people who are bringing years of experience, years of insight into the conversation here with us. I'm going to start with Keynote Sesana. She is Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the South African Institute of Taxation. She's coming into this conversation with a double whammy, I think. It's not just a financial lens, but she's also bringing a legal lens into the conversation. She is a very, very well-known voice in the media and professional circles, and she often is giving us commentary on South Africa's tax system and even at times extending beyond South African borders. So I'm going to ask you guys to give her an unprecedented warm round of applause for people in a tax session. Fabulous. So here's the thing. I'm very competitive, ne? So Elana's next door. We want them to think that the tax session is so cool and is so amazing. Thank you so much. You see? I want those guys to be streaming in here because tax is such a hard thing to sell. I can see them wanting to do wealth twice, and we don't want that. And then, of course, we're joined by Tennis Murray. I love how it says on the screen, Tennis, that you are the voice of momentum. It sounds very beautiful. But Tennis also steps into this conversation as a seasoned financial advisor at Momentum Financial Planning. He specializes in helping us think about long-term insurance, estate planning, investments, as well as retirement strategies. So he's the guy we typically don't want to hear from because he's the one telling us, not now. Focus on the long term. And today he's also going to be telling us how we balance that. So how do we live our best lives now, whilst at the same time knowing that we've got enough in the kitty when it comes to retirement? His biggest thing is all about holistic financial security. And I absolutely love that we are approaching it from a holistic perspective. So let's give him a... Fantastic. Thank you so much. Now, remember Q&A, I've spoken about that, but we're also, across our platforms, it's Science of Success. And for me, it's really even the questions, the provocations, the confrontations, the things you're finding challenging in the conversation, let's really capture those and amplify to everyone else. So let me start, Ketu, I want to start with the mindset. Before we just get into the nuts and bolts of it, why do we treat tax so badly? Why do we have this toxic relationship with tax? And what do you think would be required for us to really begin to change our mindset around it?
Thank you for that and for the wonderful welcome. I hope by the end of this discussion, I'll still get the same round of applause. I don't come bearing very good news, but tax is what it is. I find it very fun, and I hope I can impart that to you now. Thank you for the question, Nozi. Just to frame it, SARS is not going anywhere. National Treasury is not going anywhere. And if the targets that were set by National Treasury in the previous budget, it's going to get tougher for South Africans. The budget has now exceeded. So by April 2026, the Commissioner has to collect 2.006 trillion. If you looked at the MTBPS that was delivered on Wednesday, he is behind. The debt book is increased. It's above what they'd estimated. So he's got to collect the tax. And the tax is going to be collected from the people that stay in the country and those that source income here. So tax is not going anywhere. So we have to frame this as being in a collaborative relationship with SARS. SARS can be difficult, but we just want to pay the right amount of tax, and I hope to bring that out in this discussion, that if we can just frame that they're not the boogeyman and actually your friend, you could actually get some very nice refunds from them as well. So.
Fantastic. I think that's a great incentive, right? So perhaps if we reimagined and reconfigured that relationship, we'd see some refunds and we'd see a more seamless relationship with the taxman. But the taxman is not going anywhere, and we're talking about 2+ trillion rand that needs to be collected, and it's coming from us. So let's maybe get to where we start. And oftentimes, Tennis, we're told that we have to start with our estate planning. But the minute you say estate planning, how many people just eliminate themselves from that equation and just go, hey, that's for wealthy people. I don't have an estate to be planning about. So I want us to maybe also rethink the way we frame estate planning. And why is it that all of us actually should be thinking about that quite intentionally?
I think you can't be any further from the truth to say, listen, don't look at estate planning, because estate planning is actually the essential and the crux where we need to start and actually understand tax in a more holistic way and actually how it influences our life. So yeah, let's move on to this little diagram on the screen. Hope everyone can actually see it.
Yes, it's behind you.
So I think in the most traditional way, we would actually look at the middle section of it where we actually say our personal lifestyles are all situated. And I think the biggest mistake where traditionally we would have grown all our assets and our biggest size of everything that we own would actually sit in the middle line, and we would actually just create this amazing wealth linked to the individual. And I don't know about you, but the only thing that we can be guaranteed of in life is that that individual will actually die at some other stage. And we know if someone passes away, that's actually one of the biggest triggers in life where SARS will actually just come and knock on the front door and say, listen, hang on a second, before we look at your dependents or your legacy or your wealth that you leave behind, let's just pay these taxes.
Sure.
So I think the balance is, and actually the trick of managing your estate well is actually to look at left of the line and right of the line.
Okay.
Where we look at our business section, and on the other side, trusts. And I know trust is very big in news lately. There's a lot of crooks out there that actually hide all their wealth in trust, or they try to hide it in trust. But yeah, in its essence, it's actually a very, very valuable estate planning tool and a mechanism to actually not avoid tax, but to save some.
I'm going to come back to trust, because I do think many of us have questions about what's the difference between the different trusts, because we know we've got living trust, we've got testamentary trust, and I'd love for you to double click on that. But maybe let's go to the business side first.
Okay. So they typically would look, traditionally we would have looked at the old CCs, the closed corporations. Nowadays we just look at PTYs or the companies.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that the shares that actually lies in there, and most of the time that shares would have been held by the individual.
Yeah.
So even if the individual passed on, it actually a trigger for things like capital gains tax, estate duty, and secondary transfer tax. So there we can't actually control anything, because as the individual passes away, there's no set date and time where we know this is going to be triggered.
Yeah.
This is actually unexpected, unforeseen things that happen, and then you're actually forced to transfer that. And there we will actually chat a bit later on about wills. What's the value of a good will, firstly, an up-to-date will? Can we actually execute your will? No use for having a structure or having a will and we sitting and leaving your dependents behind with a big problem.
So I can't help but see in the personal lifestyle column the marital status part. And we're not about to get people married or sort out your love life problems, but we're going to focus on marital status for now. What implication does your marital regime have on your tax affairs?
I'm happy to take that one. So everybody's treated as an individual. So tax is not a combined group exercise. Whether married in community.
I hope you got that. Tax is not a group exercise.
Not a group exercise. So notwithstanding the fact that I might be married in community or property with or without the accrual, when SARS assesses me, they're assessing me in my own personal capacity with regards to the income that I have derived. If there is, for example, a joint bank account that we have and it exceeds the threshold of 23,800, the interest that we've accrued, they'll split it between us because we're in community of property or according to the various regimes. But when you're taxed, the marginal rate based on your taxable income is addressed specifically to you. I get marited, my husband gets his, and that's it. So just demystify this. I know many people will say, oh, but married in community of property, this is our combined, and therefore, you know, when we do our deductions and our exemptions is to the combined income. That's wrong. That's why you get the additional assessments from SARS saying that you owe us money. Don't do it that way. It's an individual exercise.
So this idea that my husband pays tax so we're fine actually doesn't work.
No,
Okay,
it doesn't.
fantastic. Let's stay with trust. I can see a hand pop up. We're going to take questions later, ma'am. Thank you. If you can just write it down for us. Let's go to, I want to move on from the slide, but I don't want to do that without just clarifying the issue of trust. Just talk us through the two main types and which is the one you should be activating and when.
Okay, so firstly, we will obviously look at a living trust or inter vivos trust.
Okay.
So that's a trust that you will actually establish before you pass away, while you're still alive. So that we will use as a tool for estate planning to say, listen, let's over time move some of your assets or the biggest growing assets like properties, shares, cash into your trust or your trust account. And then we're actually removing it from the will. So the biggest advantage of that is that even if the individual passes away, nothing happens to this trust structure. Because there's actually a board of trustees that manage these trusts. And we must also look at pension funds and retirement annuities almost in the same sort of breath because they are also a different type of a trust. They're also managed by trustees. You don't own the physical asset, you just got the rights to the fruit of the tree, actually, to just put it in easier words. So it's a very protected structure. Not a lot can actually go wrong unless you're a very big fraudster. That's the only time that they can actually touch the assets of the trust. But apart from that, it's the most valuable tool that we can actually use to not look in the receiver's eye the day someone passes away.
So quick follow-up. When does it make better sense to put your assets in a trust than to have them in your own name?
So firstly, we only want assets in there that grows in value.
Okay.
I don't want to put my bicycle in there because
No
we know it's
vehicles.
going to, So typically shares, properties, cash. Okay. The only thing that we must remember and always keep in mind is that a trust is taxed at a 45% flat rate.
Correct.
Okay, so that must be very, very aware of to just keep that in mind. So we don't want millions of rands lying in a bank account which earns interest every year, and every year the tax man is just going to stand in line to say, listen, I just want my 45% of the interest that you earn. But a typical structure where we look at big wealth and generational wealth being built up is where business shares would actually be held by a trust.
Okay, I've got you. Okay.
Because even if the individual passes away, there's continuity in the trust. Even if we look like very old ways of structuring this is typically Buckingham Palace. Most people knows about Buckingham Palace. It's been in a trust structure for over 400 years.
But now, Tennis, you know, we started off by saying we want to feel part of this. But, you know, when you say Buckingham Palace, we immediately go, Asia, we're not the Windsors. And,
for sure.
But I want you to then, I think the point you've made about business shares for intergenerational wealth creation is important. And I don't want us to miss that because I think we often miss that. I want to talk testamentary trust quickly. And then, Ketumeta, I want you to maybe come in with the big legal movements that we should be paying attention to before we move on from this particular topic. Testamentary.
Okay, so testamentary trust is actually in the middle section.
Okay.
Okay, so remember testamentary trust is not a living trust or inter vivos trust as we first said, okay? So it's actually a trust that's only being established the day that the will comes into play. Okay, so that's typically where someone in his will would say, I would actually bequeath R1 million to my minor kid. Obviously the kid is a minor, he can't actually receive the R1 million. So there we would say, listen, I would like this trust to be established the day that I pass away for the sole benefit of this minor.
Sure.
Okay, so that will only be when the sole purpose of this trust to typically look at minors, disabled persons, sort of in that structure. So I think
Yeah.
MomentumZA will actually.
I think you did touch on the tax aspect already, the 45%, so that's out there. But we are in a power with SARS now because we've submitted commentary to them to say, when we're distributing the trust, you hit by the 45, that, okay, we understand. But there's also Section 7C on the state duty front. So I won't
Yeah.
go into that whole thing. It's exciting for me, but I understand it might not be exciting for you. But there might be a layer of double taxation at a point where you distribute in a trust. So you need to be mindful of that when you distribute. That's the first one. The second thing is also there's amendments in Section 7B.
Sorry,
sub-
I don't want us to miss double taxation.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of people go, so I think that's usually a sign of we need to, that was a higher grade, ne? So we need to standard
So
grade it.
double tax,
So,
okay. So
yeah.
double tax is when you're taxed more than once on the same income, right? So here we are in the trust. We have the estate duty 7C, which is like a pre-planning. So when you put the money into the trust, there's already an element of taxation that was
Yes.
triggered. Now, when you distribute out of the trust, you tax the gain at 45. So that's the double layer of taxation. But SARS doesn't see it our way because, yeah, they have their own issues, but we will see in Annex to see what we say to them. But what I'm trying to get at here is that, yes, you've got the 45, and you've got the various layers of capital flows that go in your trust. You have to be very mindful that when you distribute, trusts are under a huge focus from a FATF perspective. You saw South Africa got off the grey list.
Yeah.
And trusts were a massive issue why we were on the grey list, because people are hiding assets in there and not paying the appropriate amount of tax. So there's a huge focus on tax from a master's perspective and a SARS perspective. If you distribute on your return, you've got to actually list each and every single beneficial owner or whoever you're distributing to. So please be mindful of that. And there has to be a subsequent inclusion in their income tax return. So you can't really escape that. And then there's the whole conduit principle, the Thistle case. They can really peer through here. And if you think that you're going to distribute to non-residents because they can't catch you, that is incorrect, because they're going to tax the South African resident because they can't chase the
Got
guy
you.
in HRMC or whatever.
So now that you've taken us to non-residents, and I know we could have spent a little bit more time here, but I'm mindful of our time, I want us to talk a little bit about how we think about tax as people who are increasingly mobile, right? And increasingly globally mobile, living in different parts of the world, earning in different parts of the world, running businesses that are attracting revenue in dollars and pounds sterling and so on. And Kate, let me just stay with you for one. A lot of us might have ambition to emigrate or to work abroad. How does that affect your tax status at home?
Excellent question. So if you go to Section 1 of the Act, gross income definition, if you're a South African resident, any rand or cent or dollar or euro that you make belongs to South Africa. It will be taxed here. So it's all your cash received and accrued is taxed. It falls in your big bucket and it's taxed in South Africa. So I can be, oh, I'm working in the States, I'm working in the UK, you know, SARS can't touch my money. Incorrect. Let's demystify that. Because you consider, I will consider everyone in the room now to be ordinarily resident. That's the term that we use. And just in layman's terms, South Africa is the place that you would come home after your many wanderings, right? So if this is where you host your birthday parties and your weddings, then we consider you from a South African perspective to be a South African tax resident. So anything you make anywhere is taxed here.
Sure.
That's the short answer.
Okay, and I think that's an important one because we do sometimes think that once we depart through Terminal A,
done.
you know, we depart with our money, and it doesn't always work like that. One of the things that was a big conversation earlier on today, this morning, of course, was the gig economy, and in particular, influencers, freelancers, and tax compliance. Everybody's got a cell phone in their hands. Everybody's, to some extent, influencing in one way or another. How do we think about what's happening in that space in terms of what is taxable income? So if you are an influencer, how do you then structure your affairs so that you don't find yourself on the wrong side of the fence with the taxman?
I promise I'll be as short as possible, but this is not going to make many people happy. Section 1 says all your income that is received and accrued, including anything from a trade exchange, you know, I'm unboxing this beautiful cell phone, the value thereof has to be included for purposes of calculating your taxable income. It's not a freebie. If you're driving a car around and you've been given this wonderful deal, then the kilometers, the travel expenses, you must record them as if that was a company vehicle and include that in your taxable income. We can go, at length or ad nauseum with this situation, but what we're trying to get across and what SARS is saying now is that this is not a new thing. A digital influencer or an influencer, right, is the same trade as that which a doctor is. It's just not brick and mortar.
You're just earning digital income. Or
You just don't operate in brick and mortar anymore. You operate in this digital economy. So notwithstanding the fact that you're not in an office, it doesn't mean that the income that you're receiving in cash or in kind should not be included in your taxable income. And that's where many people are falling foul, and SARS is raising assessments, and SARS can see your money. I must make this very clear. If you're getting, the 200 Rand here, 300 Rand there, but you're doing this as a side hustle, and, my employer is Momentum, for example, I've got my RP5, it's submitted. But SARS can see in the bank account all these monies that don't make sense, and they raise additional assessments. And they say, listen, we've estimated based on your augmented revenue, explain why is this different? And 10 to 1, you cannot explain. So we are speaking to influencers now. I had the pleasure of engaging with influencers as well, and I remain open to engaging, to say you need to structure this as a business, as a lawyer would and as a doctor would. It's as simple as that. Your expenses are recorded, your expenditure can be deducted if it's in the trade of your income, but you can't hide money anymore. And the fact that you earn this overseas means nothing to SARS. That forms part of your income here, and it is taxed at that rate. Also, an interesting point, sorry.
Sure,
TNS.
go for it.
Keynote is doing a video and TNS features in my video.
Okay.
By virtue of the fourth schedule, TNS is now an employee. So
whoa.
That's how, that is how deep it goes. So the fourth schedule would say, listen here, Momentum is going to give me 100 Rand and I'll give you 50 Rand because you're featuring in my video.
Sure.
Because you're my friend, you're helping me out, you held the camera.
Does this mean so clarity, so if it's a paid partnership, for example, so Nozipo has come here and part of being here, they're like, oh, Nozi, there's a reel that we'd love for you to do. It's a paid partnership. But then, the camera quickly goes past whoever.
Yes.
These people are now actually part
and the trail
of...
will follow because Nozipo gets the money and then gives it to Kitimeti and TNS on a regular basis, right? SARS can see it, that, it's coming from this bank account and this one is an influencer, so are you now an employee? If you are an employee, then you, as Kitimeti or Nozipo, you have to withhold PAYE from us and pay it over to SARS. Now you're not doing that either, which means we now have penalties and interest. So it's not as simple as get ready with me, this is very interesting. It's really not. The implications can be dire, so dire that SARS has actually set up in its large business center a specific segment that's dealing with influencers.
Sure. So I remember there was a time, I see your hand, I remember there was a time when people would be running away from being in people's videos, but I can see people now wanting to feature in the video in case there's a trickle-down payment that might come. I'm going to, and I apologize for the pace at which we're going at. I mean, this is a massive topic. We're really just jumping around and being very surface level, but we will have a bit of an opportunity to Q&A. I want to go to wills very quickly. Tennis, one of the biggest things is that a will can be declared invalid and non-executable. Can you talk to us? I'd love to just hear a story of what are some of the common mistakes that you see that people make, either when they're writing the will or amending the will, that makes that will invalid and then leaves everybody else in a quandary?
No, I think it's very easy. Most people don't have wills.
So you can't even make a mistake on an amended one?
Exactly. So even if you start off with a basic will, just get a will. It's the most important document that you will leave behind for your dependents and the people that you actually leave behind. So get a will, people, please, even if you do one thing before Christmas, get a will. So just to touch back on that, make sure your will is signed, dated, originally signed, and kept somewhere that we can obviously access the will or get access, or someone can just get access to the will. You won't believe how many times someone passes away and the kids will say, oh, shucks, we know Grandpa had a will and they normally put it in the red handbag on the top shelf, but now we don't know where it is. So even if you need to spend 100 or 150 Rand, put your will in safekeeping
Yeah.
with a reputable place, like
Yeah.
a bank or an insurer. Do that. And as I say, then look at things like, is it original? Is it signed? Biggest things, signed by other people that actually see you sign it as well. There must at least be 2 people signing
Yeah.
with you. And then obviously it must be dated as well. Lots of people just forget that very important thing as well, is just to say, listen, is it dated? And then obviously, if we look at, is a will executable? Obviously, there's a lot of things that we need to look at. And I mean, that is really what also this estate plan also entails is, is there enough liquidity to
Sure.
pay my creditors? We know the first thing or the first person that actually comes knocks on your door the next morning that you pass away is the bank. And that's where we see a lot of people lose a lot of very valuable assets that they don't really want to lose, and they want to actually leave it to someone, and they just can't do that because there's not a lot of liquidity. So that's the biggest problem in South Africa, is that most wills don't have enough liquidity.
Sure.
There might be a lot of assets across all these sectors, but there's not a lot of liquidity inside the will to actually do what the will state. So if you say, listen, I want to leave my kids with R1 million, make sure there is R1 million that we can actually leave the kid, that we don't need to go and sell a house or a car or something.
So
to
it's not
actually get that.
monopoly money. You can't
No.
leave a fictitious R1 million.
No.
It actually has to be there. I want to test or demystify something that I've heard, that if you are a witness to the will, you actually can't benefit from the will. Is that true?
Yeah.
So maybe just explain that, so that as we help our parents put their wills, just make sure that if you're now going to be the witness of that will, you're clear that that is your exit from that will.
I think that something very important is, don't leave yourself in a situation where you try to sign as a witness and you're actually inheriting the full estate.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, now there's a second child that you don't know about, and obviously come and contesting the will to say, listen, no, but I also want something, and you just signed the witness, and you draw up the will. So don't put yourself in that uncomfortable situation.
Yeah.
Rather get someone else, rather get a company to sign as witnesses, and make sure that you're not put in that very uncomfortable or awkward situation.
Fantastic. We've got almost 10 minutes left. I don't know where. I see you, I note you. I want to talk retirement, investments, and then we'll go to the audience and we'll open up the conversation. Two-pot. Let's go there. I mean, some of the numbers are staggering to the extent that we've seen some of the two-pot applications being paused because of the number of people who've applied. Tell us a little bit about, where are we with the two-pot system, and to what extent is it really fulfilling the intended mandate, which was to help people save?
My view, Nozi, is that it's not fulfilling its mandate. So
Sure.
two-pot started way back in 2020. It was bought by some of the trade unions. We engaged with them at the Standing Committee of Finance to say, we're in COVID, I've got all this money that's sitting in the Provident Fund, and I've just lost my job, I need access, right? So obviously Treasury had to go and negotiate with the various funds to see how we can have immediate access while preserving long-term savings. The
Right.
issue with South Africa that they picked up, sorry, if you look at the draft expansion memorandum that was released, I think it was 2020 or 2021, South Africa has a low savings
Rate.
morale, or we just don't like to save. We are just ballers, and we just want to spend a lot of money. And then, when we get old, we then have to rely on the state to provide healthcare and provide, social security, etc. So the reason why National Treasury was pushing back for so many years, that we only saw two-pot come in 2024, was for that exact reason. They didn't want people to access their fundings. But however, there was a lot of industry noise and from the trade unions, and then they landed on that 30,000. It's not really worth it. When my friends asked me, should I withdraw? I said, no, don't. Because you forgo that capital of 30,000. Even if you have $1 million in your Provident Fund, the seed capital was only 30. And at 30, you're still going to be taxed. So you leave there with like 10, 15,000 rand, and it doesn't really mean anything. But it was staggering for SARS, because in 2024, when they presented the prelim announcements, the commissioner stated about 2.6 million. Is it 2.6? Yes.
2.6, yeah, 2.8,
Yes, 2.6 million applications were received from the 1st of September to April from people seeking to withdraw. I think, Tinas, you did mention many of the fund systems actually collapsed because there was this, withdrawal thing. But because of that, SARS actually picked up low-hanging fruit of about 11.87 billion
Because they were
rand.
taxing all of the withdrawals.
Because they were taxing. So you actually double taxed on that, because you were taxed now if you withdrew, and you're going to be taxed again at the future point. So yes, two-part is amazing. It was great, but it wasn't really worth it. If you haven't withdrawn, just leave the money. You'll see it when you retire.
And of course, Ketu, there might be a few people in the audience who did withdraw and now are sitting with "I blew it" mindsets. I hope it was worth it, but thank you for that. I know that you might not have, you might have a different view to that. When Ketu says, maybe it's not contributing to the mandate or meeting the mandate that it was originally intended for, of helping us to save. What are your thoughts on that?
I think the biggest thing was, we on a certain angle, I actually understand why SARS actually allows it.
Yeah.
Because what happened in the before COVID,
Yeah.
is that people actually resigned from their job and they would have access to their full
Yes.
capital.
Yeah.
And we actually saw that a lot of times happening, is that people would say, listen, okay, I'm leaving my job just to have access to my retirement savings. And I mean, that was actually a bigger downfall,
Yeah.
where now they only got access to a very small part of their pension fund, which
Yeah.
is obviously better. So that's why I say from that angle, if that happens, that makes more sense.
Okay, so there's another technical thing that I want to clarify. How should we be thinking about and choosing between a pension fund, a provident fund, or a retirement annuity? How
Okay.
do you simplify what those three things are?
SARS actually made it very easy for us. So all three of those structures are actually treated as one now,
Okay.
meaning it's all pension money. So the source of the funds is actually all the same. So the biggest thing with pension and provident funds is actually, do I work for an employer? I work for a Sasol or an Anglo or Momentum. Part of my contract is actually that I need to be part of the pension fund. So that's actually for a group of people. Typical people running their own business, influencers, can only do a retirement annuity. And
Yeah.
obviously, for tax benefits, you all know the 27.5% tax deduction that we get on retirement annuity money, or even pension fund contribution. You want to contribute to that.
Sure.
It does make sense. Rather give the money to yourself in a certain sense in a pension or provident or retirement annuity fund than giving it to the receiver.
I've got you. So we've got to go to questions. I've got 3 questions in the room, and then I'm going to ask Zim to please mine some of the questions online for us, so that we can really get your voice into the conversation. I'd want to go to the madame who had her hand up in the first 2 minutes of the conversation. Can we quickly get the microphone to her, please? I'm a loudspeaker. I think for recording purposes, let's just pass it down, please, if we don't mind. When it gets to you, thank you, Lupi. When the microphone gets to you, won't you please just very quickly introduce yourself and then ask your question? Yeah, go for it.
My name is Martina. I'm an independent financial advisor. My question would be with regard to being taxed, well, in a relationship, married, let's call it COP, for example. So we tax in our individual capacities. So we submit to SARS, we get our rebates. Where does hubby come in with regard to my rebate?
Oh, no, the rebates are individual.
Super.
It's for, you each get yours. So taxes, so it's the gross income, you remove your exemptions, your deductions, you then apply the rebate. It's for everybody. So it's an
So unless
individual
I
thing.
give it to him, he's not entitled to
No.
it.
So Martina, why do I get the feeling that you are interested in your husband's rebate, but the way you're asking this question?
He's more interested in mine.
Okay. Did you have can I move on to another
Yes,
one?
that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give Martina a round of applause.
And so the
Thanks,
rebate-
Martina.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, Nosy. And
yes.
the rebate isn't actually money you get back, right? It just reduces your tax liability. Yes.
beautiful. All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Haley Sarah Jane Mills. I'm an SMME owner. You were talking about if you exist across 2 countries.
Yes.
Now, we have a very interesting history, which means some kids had nationalities for 2 countries, though they shouldn't have. I'm one of them. I'm a British resident because I lived there post-98, and I'm a South African resident. Most of my pensions and stuff are in the UK. Does that mean SARS can go and tax all those pensions that I've earned since I was 16?
No, luckily not. That was actually that's a good question. There was a controversial amendment that was put into the TLAB, the tax law amendment bills this year. Treasury pulled back, Section 10(1) Cap C2 says that if you've got a foreign retirement fund or annuity that you contributed from sources outside of South Africa, then South Africa cannot touch it.
Okay.
So you're still fine for now, but just check what they say next year because they're revising that.
The for now is not very comforting, Ketu, but it's okay. You're fine for now,
Yeah,
Sir
for
Jane.
now, you're
All right,
fine.
I'm going to take this final question and then we're going to get some online. Please go ahead.
Morning, everyone, or afternoon.
Yes.
Tebelo Motshwane. I'm an attorney, and my question is a little bit contentious, but it's the reality that I deal with.
Go for it.
right? There's on the issue of whether or not a trust can be interrogated, the purpose of the trust, and getting assets that belong or that were purchased under the trust. In a situation where it's about girlfriend allowance, right? It is contentious. In a situation where, basically there's a particular gender who are setting up two trusts, right? One for the children of the marriage and one for the children outside of the marriage. Now, when the trustee, the founder of the trust, passes on and the wife is trying to question the assets that belong to a trust, under which instances can she actually challenge the purpose under which the trusts of the girlfriend, the assets of the girlfriend were held?
Debela, I feel like I need a glass of water.
Because I just want to understand to which level can we pierce the trust veil.
Got you.
Yeah.
So, Tennis, do you want to take? I love that question. To what extent can we interrogate a trust that has been set up when the deceased is now passed on and it turns out that the purpose of the trust was to maintain a secondary family?
Nazi, that's a very technical question, and I don't really like trying my hand. She's a lawyer, so I think she knows a bit better. So I think if you remember my slide,
Yeah.
under the trust there was actually a section that says resolutions.
Yeah.
So in most of these instances where someone would pass away and there's a certain way that I as an owner, or actually a beneficiary of the trust, or actually a trustee of a trust, wants this trust to be carrying forward, looking after my kids or looking after a girlfriend or spouse or someone, we're actually talking about a resolution for death. Because remember, trusts are managed by resolutions.
Sure.
So that's where the trustees would sit around a table having a meeting to say, listen, it's my wish that the trust would actually carry forward in the following manner. And I think that can actually resolve a lot of those questions.
I think it's a very safe way of saying that perhaps this gender has found a loophole. Yeah, I think the gender has found a loophole. But I think it's a brilliant question. I am going to be chatting to my husband tonight. I want to see all those trusts and the purpose of those trusts. Online, Zim, please, is there anything coming online?
Well, there are a couple of questions. I've got one quick one from Baruetsana, who says, for business owners, how does estate planning interact with the BEE ownership structures? What happens to the shares if a company, upon the owner's death, what happens then? And how can we plan for a smooth transition that doesn't jeopardize the company's BEE status? That's the one. And then quickly, I've got one from Ritume Tirandara, who says, I've been seeing companies that provide trust services, but they put themselves as trustees on people's trusts and charge an insane amount to transfer it to the rightful beneficiaries. Is that legal? And why do they not educate people beforehand around the nomination of their
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting question. We actually received a lot of that lately. The law on trust actually changed 2 years ago, where we talk about beneficial ownership.
Yeah.
So remember, for any trust to be legal, you must have an independent trustee. So independent trustee is really someone that can not benefit anything from the trust. So that actually passes down 3 bloodlines.
Yeah.
So you, your kids, your wife are not independent. So it's someone really that cannot benefit from this trust. So that's typically where those trust administrators advertise and actually offer a service.
And the fee?
It's negotiable.
Okay.
So yes, we see that quite often that they just ask ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I think, I don't want to chance my hand, but I think anything between 7 to 10,000 rand a year for someone for a service like that.
Okay.
But there's a lot of other things that actually comes with it. It's not just someone making decisions on behalf of my trust. They actually pass resolutions, make sure that all the record keeping is fine with the receiver. So there's a lot of functions that they need to fulfill for that money.
Get to take us home on the question of a business owner passes away and the removal of that owner means that perhaps the BE status of that particular company is jeopardized. How do we think about that?
I'm just going off the cuff here.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't, in my view, affect anything when you pass, because when you get your BE status with the DTI, there's certain tick boxes that you have to comply with. So notwithstanding the fact that someone has passed away, as long as you keep to the levels or keep to the requirements per level, you shouldn't have a problem.
Fantastic. So the clock is gone. Our time is gone. I know there were like at least 7 or 8 other questions in the room that we needed to get to. The feedback for the team is that we need more time. I'm going to ask, just make a few requests. The first one, there's a QR code behind me. So speak to an accredited financial advisor if you want to take some of these conversations forward. We are going to be taking a lunch break now and asking all of us to be back in 30 minutes. And then we're going to do one thing. We're going to say, we love tax really loudly for those 3 people. On the count of 3, 2, 1, we love tax! Well done, guys.
Thank you.
The first masterclass session is now concluded. There will be a short break. Please enjoy a refreshment. We will regroup at 12:45. 12:45. Thank you.
Okay, guys, literally had to run to make sure that I'm back in the online zone, giving you updates on what's happening. We've just wrapped up the Science of Success Tax Masterclass. Really powerful stuff. We literally ran out of time. I managed to grab some of your questions. I just also want to let you guys know that what's important is to upvote a lot of the questions so they get to the top so that I can see them a little bit easier and I can maybe take those into the sessions with us. But I'm loving the questions. I want to update you guys on where we are when it comes to the leaderboard. Remember, every interaction that you do online, on the platform, every question, every chat, without spamming, every time you jump in and you interact with us, you get points. Currently, 7 Zilem CB is on 160 points leading up. We've got Prish, who's second on 155, and we've got MomentumZA, who is third at 130. Then there's Trisha in fourth. The top 4 highest engagement people, those with the most points, all of these people are going to be able to get a prize. They're in line for a prize. But right throughout, we've got spot prizes. So the more you interact, we're going to be selectively going through the polls. Jump into the polls and you stand a chance to win a Dr. Price Pritchette signed book. Signed copy. It's not a normal copy. It's a signed copy by the good doctor who is giving our keynote address today and is an internationally renowned speaker. Now, what's happening after this? We've got a short break, right? Time is never enough. We've got a short break, so I don't want you to go too far, but this one's a little bit longer. But I need you back here in like 15 minutes max, because you're online, so you got to be ready before everybody else here. Then, after that, we're jumping into the masterclass. We're going into, sorry, not the masterclass, we're going into the good doctor's keynote address, Dr. Price Pritchette. And I want to know from you guys online, what did you think about the session? What are some of those text questions that you were thinking about that popped up? You can put this in there and I'll find some of the answers for you. I'm going to go around the festival. People are streaming out. There's a couple of games that are being played all over. We've got arcade machines. I think it's so cool. We've got arcade machines that are all over. We've got a little bit of putt-putt. We've got some basketball hooping there in the corner. But The Momentum Science of Success Festival 2025, Season 7 is going amazingly. We're loving all of the comments that you've got. We've got about, I'll tell you right now, how many people are online. We've got a lot of you online, which I'm enjoying. But we've got about 470 people online. All of you, you're interacting with us. We absolutely love it. And we're going to reward you for that. So let's take this quick break. And actually, no, I'm not taking a quick break. I've got a very, very special guest. A lady who asked a very strong question. It got, literally, our panel was like shaking. Tibbs, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
You know, what's like super awesome about you whenever I see you online is like you get to demystify a lot of the
controversial scandals, the scandals.
Yes, the scandalous stuff, right? So quickly tell people who you are. Some might not know you, but quickly tell them who you are, what you do, and then I'll jump into just one or two questions.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi, Momentum family. My name is Tebelo Motwane. I'm an attorney and the founder of a legal educational platform called Sister-in-Law.
So there's this conversation that always keeps happening around the legalities within, I would say, the Western system of law, tax, etc., that applies to traditional stuff.
Yeah.
And you've helped us bridge that gap a lot online, getting to understand the complexities of things like, yes, contentious, but like second families, second girlfriends, whatever it is, and because there are legal implications around that. Now, key question that you asked inside, what happens legally when there is a second family, when there is sort of another person who is involved and can prove that she was involved? Give us a little bit of insight into that dynamic, and maybe what are some of the fixes that people can start to think about in that, because sometimes someone is married, but there's another person who's not legally part of the marriage, but they have legal claim on some of those things, some of those assets, give us a little bit of a view onto that.
Sure, a little bit is very, very challenging. This is one of those topics that can take the whole day. But one of the important things that people need to understand is that there's a difference between a person's estate and their pension fund. A lot of the time, the contentious issue is when girlfriends, for example, are getting a big cut of someone's pension fund because they can prove dependency through the girlfriend allowance. You know, so if there is, you know, for example, maybe a married man who's sending 10, 20K, however amount, and I can prove after his death that I was a dependent. He was paying for my rent, or he was paying for my school fees, whatever the case is, or we had a child together. I can very much benefit from his pension more than his wife that he's married to.
No ways.
Absolutely. And then there's the issue of the estate, which one of the most important things they mentioned in the tax masterclass, which is very educational, was the issue that a will is the most important document that you'll have. So if you are living in a reality where you've got more than one family, or more than one family that depend on you, a will is the most important and liberating tool that one can do for estate planning purposes, where they know that their wife will be taken care of, all their children, irrespective of whether they are from a marriage or outside of the marriage. So a will is the most important document a person should have.
100%. Now, quick one, how often can and should somebody be updating a will?
When we are doing New Year's resolutions, that's the perfect time, because it allows you to take stock of your previous year and sort of have a little bit of a vision of to how your coming year is going to look. So I always say the beginning of the year is the best time to review your will, and also amend it legally so that it's not invalid, as Tina had said inside the tax masterclass. And the second most important thing you can do is review your insurance policies, especially your life insurance policies. You don't want to be in a case where you broke up with Jabu years ago and he's still the nominated beneficiary on your Momentum policy. So stay safe, y'all.
And lastly, just plug yourself. Where can people find you online? Because I think that you're one of those people that really makes things simpler for us. So plug yourself online. Where can people find you across the socials?
Thank you so much, guys. Sister-in-law across the board. Sister_in_law across the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Tebelo. She's like super awesome when it comes to tax, law stuff, online. We're going to take a short break, but don't go far. And then I'm going to link you into the next session. We've got keynote speaker, Dr. Pritchette. Cheers. It died on us. No, but it's fine. As long as this table was closed. We're a few minutes away from something special taking place. Dr. Pritchette will be taking the stage right here in Johannesburg. So let me tell you about this man, who he is. He's a Harvard Business School graduate, best-selling author of over 30 books, which are on performance and organizational change. He's also Yes, where do you want me to stand?
Copy that.
We are a few minutes away from something special taking place. Dr. Pritchette is going to be taking the stage. But let me tell you about who this man is. He's a Harvard Business School graduate, best-selling author of over 30 books, which are on performance and organizational change. He's also a consultant to literally half, of the Fortune 500 companies. His work focuses on high-velocity change that has transformed businesses, I'm talking like globally, across the world. So today, he's going to be bringing his expertise for your personal journey of success, for your benefit. This isn't just another motivational talk. This is science-backed, proven methodology for achieving focused success. Remember, we've got to stay focused. So start preparing your questions right now. Put them in the questions tab. This is our longest session. It's going to be a full hour, so I need you guys to log in. There's also a quick poll that's going to go up, so check the polls tab. Look, we're randomly going to be picking a winner for this poll as well, and they get an opportunity to win a signed copy of Dr. Pritchette's book, so you don't want to miss out. We want to know, what's your biggest challenge with staying focused on your financial goals? Is it too many options and you don't know where to start? Is it B, conflicting advice from different sources? Is it C, life keeps getting in the way? Or D, a lack of a clear strategy? These results, they're going to help frame a lot of how this conversation is going to take place. So keep these questions coming in the Q&A box. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there with the good doctor. So clear your distractions, close your tabs, and you know what? When someone who has advised 500 companies, Fortune 500 companies, to success, you need to listen, because this is going to be important for your journey. Dr. Pritchette's message is going to connect very nicely, directly with Momentum's theme. Success favors the focus. He's also going to show you how to achieve that focus, because a lot of times it's like you need to focus and you don't know how to do it. Virtual audience, you guys, we're about to go live, so keep your questions ready, keep interacting with us. I will be in the session as well, learning just like you guys. So here we go. Dr. Pritchette, live from the Ivory Auditorium here in Johannesburg. Let's go.
back into the main auditorium now. Our keynote speaker is about to start. Please make your way back into the main auditorium, the Ivy Auditorium now. Thank you. Please welcome back to stage Ilana Africa Bredenkamp.
Welcome back, everyone, and to our online audience, you have been fantastic. Now, later on, you have an opportunity to answer some questions. You ask them, and we'll make sure to answer them in this room. Don't forget to follow the conversation too at MomentumZA with that hashtag Science of Success. How has your morning been? Oh, we had a terrific time. The breakaway sessions are energizing. So just to give you an idea of the rest of the afternoon, we're going to have a powerful session now in this room, on this stage. So please, if you want to join us, you're welcome. Please come inside. And then after this, I will be giving you the time of our lunch. So because we're running a little bit different to the time that's scheduled in your booklets, we will be announcing the time for lunch as well as the end time, and then we'll go into our breakaway sessions again. Ladies and gentlemen, you are up for something beautifully focused. Who's ready to turn their focus to success? Who's ready to be a propelling pioneer? I just made that up, but it sounds great. Who is ready to, well, this is an actual thing. Who's ready to take not just the next step? I don't know why I just looked at you. Yes, you, sir. What you're about to experience is a quantum leap. And you know what? I bet you that you don't know what I'm saying, but you know what I'm saying, because our next speaker is all about that. To our online audience, you can't see what's happening here. People are raising their hands and getting very excited, and so am I. So it's time for me to do our introduction. You know what I'm going to do first? Because our cameraman can see me, and because we're trying to see people, we're going to just help them get seated first before we bring our speaker up, just so that our online audience can also see them. So to everyone who's moving in row 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, there's some space. So you're welcome to move to the front as well, and we'll be able to move you in. if you want some seating, and then I can see a few seats here in the middle as well, so don't be afraid to move to the front. In fact, if there's an open seat next to you, please raise your hand. There we go. So you can now see where there's an open seat. So to our audience standing at the back, you're welcome to come inside and to take a seat. Thanks so much. We're going to help you get seated so that we can start. All right, I can hear my team saying we need to start. There we go. All right. I just saw one of our video team members outside, and he said, Ilana, you had such a great privilege because you were able to speak to Dr. yesterday. We don't take it lightly when our paths cross with really exceptional people that can change other people's lives for good. And today, my beautiful audience online and in this room, you get to experience that. Because I'm not going to be asking the questions, you are going to be the ones engaging. I'm very excited for what is about to happen next. And to our gentlemen in the room that I pointed out, I don't know why I looked at you, but it is all about a quantum leap. And so, today we are honored to be joined by a true pioneer. You know, there was a time, Doctor, where we used the word legend so easily. But we want to recognize that you are a pioneer. Because you've done this, not just as you boarded your flight in Dallas and landed here at OR Tambo. But we're excited because Dr. Pritchette is in the room. And internationally recognized for his groundbreaking work in exceptional growth, leadership, organizational transformation. Doctor will refer to this. If you are here on behalf of your organization, welcome. You're going to go home with good news. Also, his book, U Squared. This book has inspired millions of people. I managed to download the audiobook. Thanks for the book yesterday. I've managed to give it as a gift to someone who needs a breakthrough that will refine what is possible. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a huge privilege. Momentum and Science of Success, thank you so much for this platform for all of us and for bringing us these huge gifts. Please put your hands together for Dr. Pritchette!
Doesn't she sparkle? I don't care what she's wearing. She does. It's such a pleasure. First of all, I want to acknowledge the people who have been the key people that we've interfaced with here at Momentum from front end to now. Nantakozo, Q, Corlia, Lanice. This is one hell of a production that Momentum is putting on. We see a lot of programs, you know, at conventions where we're doing keynotes or whatever. There is so much work, so much detail that goes into putting something like this together. And you people have dealt with us with such grace, such energy. Anyway, you know, I read that there are 64 million people living in South Africa. I think we've got the best ones here in the room. Yeah. And I can't see those of you online, but thanks for being here. You're part of the party. So, you know, 64 million people in the country. We're talking money this week, among other things. And I want to emphasize from the very beginning, my hour is about you. It's not about me. It's about you. What a lovely people you are here in South Africa, and I mean that. You've been so friendly, so engaging, and that's very gratifying to us. 64 million people. Now, according to the South African tax, your revenue service, there are 14.5 million people that earn over R1 million per year. 14.5 million. No, they pay taxes. So let's separate that. You got 14.5 million people of your population paying taxes. And of that number, you got 569,000, just over that make over R1 million a year. If you're in that group, you're in the top 4%. If you're not in the group, but you aspire to be in that group or near to that group, then what we're going to talk about for the next hour or so is very germane. It's very actionable. It's very much within your reach. And you do need a strategy, though. You need a methodology. What's your strategy going to be? Let's play a game. I got 2 dice. Okay? I'm going to roll these dice, and I want you just mentally, in your own head, I want you to make a guess as what number I will roll with these 2 dice. Okay? So pick a number, any number from 2 to 12, that you think I will roll with these dice. Okay? You got it? Yeah. Here we go. Okay. I rolled a 5. Now, most of you probably didn't guess right, because you only get one guess and there's 11 possible totals, right? And the odds, there are 36 different combinations that can occur, but only 11 possible totals. So the odds are stacked heavily against you getting it right. Because there's only one way to roll a 2, and that's snake eyes. And there's only one way to roll a 12, and that's boxcars. But there are 6 ways to roll a 7. Some bets are a hell of a lot better than others. It comes down to how you play the game. If you make the right choices in how you play the game, then you can dramatically increase your odds of breakthrough performance. And that's what we're going to be focusing on for the next little bit. Now, I want to tell you about a breakthrough of mine. It's the most dramatic breakthrough I've ever had, the most short-lived breakthrough I've ever had, but it's when I had the opportunity to fly on the Concorde, which is the only supersonic passenger jet that's ever flown. It was only flown by 2 airlines, Air France, which is the one I flew, and British Air. There were only 20 of these planes made. Only 14 of them ever flew. And they only flew for around 20 years. 1974 to 2003, I believe it was. Now, it's a small plane. Small. I think focus. Okay? It's a small plane. In fact, it's almost like being in a pipe. It's first class all the way. Every seat was first class. 100 passengers, 9 crew. They weren't carrying a big load. They had focus. Anyway, I buckled up in seat 12D in New York's Kennedy Airport. It was early December, years and years ago. And we were bound for Paris. And I was so excited because I wanted to break the sound barrier. That was the breakthrough I wanted. I thought, that's going to be such a memorable experience. So we took off, and we'd been in flight, and there's a dial up at the front of the plane on the bulkhead that shows you how fast you're going. And it shows you when you reach the sound barrier. So I'm really watching this dial, and I'm all cranked up about this, and we get there, and that breakthrough amounted to, it wasn't even that dramatic. It was like there was a little bump in the air, okay? There was no noise. And I thought, Okay. That was pretty good, but that wasn't the most interesting thing that happened, which I'll get to in a minute. This is what it looks like. Now, this is British air. Now, that's what it looks like outside the plane when you break the sound barrier, because these vapors build up. And so you don't get to see that. Of course, you don't hear things because you're going faster than speed of sound. In fact, soon we were traveling at Mach 2, twice the speed of sound. We were going faster than a rifle bullet. The flight from Kennedy International to Paris was 3.5 hours. Regular airlines was 7 to 8 hours. Now, we were flying 11 miles high, 60,000 feet. We were flying twice as high and twice as fast as the regular conventional airlines. We were flying so high that looking out the window, you could see the curvature of the earth. This was amazing, but the most amazing thing, the most puzzling thing happened. We were going along, we'd broken the sound barrier and all of that, and now that the drama's over, other than getting to Paris in a hurry, we were going along, and I was sitting aisle. It's 2-seat configuration, aisle 2-seat, all first class, like I said. And there was a lady sitting beside me, and she's looking out the window, and she says, "What is that?" And it's a small porthole window. And I leaned over it, and I looked out the window. I'd never seen anything like this before in my life. Now, I've flown millions and millions of miles on airlines. I've traveled the world. I'd never seen anything like this. It was a wall of black, from as far to the right and far to the left as I could see, from as high as I could see to as low as I could see. A wall of black. And I thought, my first thought was, my God, this has to be the worst storm I've ever been in my life. But then it hit me, no, can't be that. We're above weather patterns. We're 11 miles high. And then it hit me. We were going east, and what I saw was night headed west. You could literally see where night started. And that was the big breakthrough for me. Anyway, we got back to Dallas, and I was thinking about this. In fact, we crossed 6 time zones in 3.5 hours. We landed earlier than we had taken off. We were flying faster than Earth's rotation. We got ahead of the clock. I want you to get ahead of some of the clock. I want you to fly higher. I want you to achieve faster, because most people are flying too close to the ground. You know, success comes much too slowly for most people. It could come much faster. It could be much greater. And I spent a lot of time over the years thinking, why are some people super achievers and others are not? I've studied for decades. This has been my entire career, if you get right down to it. I did my doctoral dissertation for my PhD in psychology. The dissertation was on self-directed change and personal breakthroughs, on breakthrough performance. And I did practically 2 years internship. Actually, this was in working in psychiatric wards, I knew I was not going to spend my career in that environment. I wanted to work with winners, and I wanted to work with business people. I wanted to work with people who were ambitious, who wanted to achieve, who had that drive. So the clinical time working in a psychiatric ward is very, very valuable, because it showed you what the other side can look like. And what you see there, folks, is what wrong thinking can do to you, where it can take you, and where a lack of the right kind of focus can have you ending up. This is something that is actually quite easy to turn the other direction. I spent a number of years early in my career evaluating top-level executives. These were in-depth assessments that I would be doing with this people being considered for as a candidate for president of this company, division head over here, plant manager over there. These were like 5-hour in-depth evaluation, psychological testing, interviewing by me, and then we'd write about a 6-page report on this person. Should they be hired? Should they be promoted? And that kind of thing. And it was interesting because from one week, let's say, to the next, here's what I'd observe, and it was just kind of mystifying. You'd be going along, and this week you test this person, and you look at them, and you see how much they're earning, how their career is proceeding. And then maybe the next week, you look at another individual, and you think, well, this guy is earning 4 or 5 times more than this person. And this person has no more in terms of academic credentials. They test out about the same intellectual capacities, looks, personality. What's going on? It's choices. It's decisions. It's self-management in very different ways that make all the difference in terms of one's progress, one's achievement. Then I focused my company in Dallas on merger integration strategy, and which actually was a quantum leap that we made in our firm. I won't go into a lot of detail on that because we don't really have the time, but I saw the same thing happening at the corporate level, at the organizational level. You'd see, and this is kind of the story I tell to describe that, and it's just kind of bizarre, but let's say I'm working with a company X this week, and let's say it's a $500 million a year company in terms of revenue, and let's say that it's growing at about 5 or 6, maybe 7 or 8% a year, just organic growth, fairly respectable, okay? And then we got company B over here, and it's another $500 million company in revenues, and it's growing pretty much at the same pace. And you think, pretty equivalent companies. But one day, company X, that first company, it goes out and it acquires company Y, another $500 million company. And just like that, it's doubled in size. Choices, decisions, different behaviors, deliberate focus in terms of application of the resources that they had available. And so I wrote a booklet. I had written a hardback book. I'd written 2 hardback books that had been published by a major publisher. And it drove me nuts how it took them so long to get it to market. They didn't do any promotion of the book to speak of. And I knew my audience better by then. And so I decided I was going to write, well, I had written several little handbooks before this particular one I'm going to be focusing on today. But I wrote this little book about breakthroughs, personal breakthroughs. And this is the one where I'll pull my message from today, primarily. Although there are decades of experience that also go into the commentary I'll be sharing with you. This book only has 37 pages, 8,273 words. And you think, I have 2 big questions that people have come to me with after, when I'm giving a speech such as this or whatever, and they'll come up to me and they'll say, I love this handbook, it changed my life, but how do you do this, really? And I would say, read the handbook. Go read the handbook. Do the handbook, okay? But the second question they'll always ask me is, they'll say, why is it so short? And my response is, how long does it need to be? Let's compare the U-Squared handbook to some of our most sacred documents. This is kind of interesting when you look at this. It's almost twice as long as this famous speech by the great man who we've lived in the same place he lived for the last 3 days, at the Saxon, okay? And then let's compare it to your Bill of Rights. Let's compare it to the United States Constitution. Now this is just kind of amazing. Or we can go way back. We can go back 13th century, the Magna Carta, which has been described as the most important legal document ever written. It's over twice as long. So it makes me think, you know, the words in these cherished documents have changed the world. Now, I don't mean to stand here and say that I think U squared is equivalent of those documents, but I do know it's long enough to change a lot of people. And it can change things for you. Martin Luther, the 16th century theologian, said, "The fewer the words, the better the prayer." And that's kind of a belief or statement that I can align with. So really the handbook comes out of a core principle that my firm operates by, which we describe as minimum effective dose. So what's minimum effective dose? Minimum effective dose is described as the smallest dose that'll get the job done. It gives you the most dramatic results the quickest. More isn't necessarily better. In fact, it's usually a waste of resources, and it can actually do damage. Now, minimum effective dose is a concept that's been out there for ages in the medical profession and in the pharmaceutical world. But if we bring it into the business world, we see that it has great power. If we bring it into our individual life and how we're managing ourselves, it has great power. If you want to boil water, you take it to 212 degrees. You can take it to 400 degrees, but it doesn't make it, well, if the recipe said boil the water, then 212 degrees is all you need. And I'm told if you want to learn the Spanish language, it's got about 100,000 words in it. If you'll learn 2,500 words, you will be conversant in conversational Spanish. That's the minimum effective dose, 2.5%. And that gets the job done. Okay, so what is the minimum effective dose for a quantum leap? Let's get to that. There are basically 4 key principles. And we're going to make this as simple as possible because people overcomplicate the roadmap to success. Okay? They over-engineer things. And it blurs their focus. It makes things more complex than it needs to be. So, what are we going for? We're going, again, for a quantum leap, which is very different, and it calls for different behaviors. Conventional growth is very different from fast growth, from going for breakthrough performance. There are some very counterintuitive ground rules if you want to make the quantum leap. They're kind of puzzling. They're kind of weird. So let's get to those. First of all, you have to pick an ambitious aiming point. Okay? 1 point. A very ambitious point. It should be a big goal. It should be a goal that rather scares you. It should be a goal that may seem unreasonable, far-fetched. So much so that you may think, I'm not going to tell anybody about this goal. I'm just going to keep this to myself, okay? Why are big goals better than small or intermediate goals? Well, they bring out our best. You see, your aiming point, your big ambitious goal sets the stage for everything that follows. And scarce resources, we're always working with some scarce resources in one way or another. Maybe time, money, social contacts, power, call it what you will. We always have scarce resources, okay? Well, scarce resources gravitate toward clear goals. So this should be an aiming point, a goal that's big, that's challenging, that stretches you, and it's just kind of an epic ambition. They work better than small goals because they make us more creative, they are more inspiring, they rally the help, the support of other people more readily. So, when you make your decision about what you want to shoot for in terms of your big goal, it may be a money goal, it might be some kind of promotion, it might be, I want a Maserati, you know, I don't know. It might be, I want to run a marathon, I want to get an advanced degree, I want a second home, I don't know. It doesn't matter, but think singular, think focus, because quantum leap goals are hungry. They want most of the food on your plate. And if you are diffused across any number of goals, then you sacrifice real muscle in pursuit of any of those goals. Astro Teller, who is head of what they call Google X, this is the moonshot part of Google. And he makes an interesting quote. He says, it's often easier to make something 10 times better than it is to make it 10% better. It's bizarre, but it's so true. One of the reasons for me deciding that we were going to go into merger integration strategy back in my company at the end of the 1970s, the day I said, our goal is to become the number one consulting firm in the United States on merger integration strategy. It was an absurd goal. And I didn't tell people that. But that was here, that was here, that was here, okay? And we had accomplished it in, it was either 5 or 6 years. That was 1979, and by 1985, we were number one. It was, and it was easier. When I made that declaration, that same day I said, we're doubling our consulting fees. Why? We were at a different table. I don't know if you have clients, you may be working hard with the wrong clients. If you pick different clients, you may create an entirely different world of possibilities for yourself. Okay, the second thing I want to emphasize, it should be big, it should be singular, and write it down. You see, most people carry their goals around in their head, and they think they're goal-directed. But there's too much stuff going on in their head. It said we've got some 50,000 thoughts a day cruising through our head. That's a lot of mental traffic, okay? A goal gets just kind of fuzzed out if that's the only place it exists. Write it down. A study by Gail Matthews, psychologist, found that if you will write it down, you can increase the likelihood of achieving your goal by 42%. That's a lot of return for not much work. And if you write it down, you will make it clearer for yourself. You will be more focused, and you will be more effective. Then write that goal down and put it on the screen of your phone. I want you to read it again and again. I want you to romance it. I want you to sleep with it, shower with it, take it to work. I want it in the front of mind all the time, okay? So, if it fades from your consciousness, though, then your eye for opportunities also begins to fade. Let's go to the second fundamental, pursuit. Practice relentless pursuit. Relentless is the key word here. Pursuit, notice, is action-oriented. And when you start the pursuit, if it's the right kind of goal, let me tell you something right off. You're going to say, I need to try harder. No, in all likelihood, you need to try differently. And differently may be easier. It's a choice you need to make. We get so addicted to our status quo. It's very hard for us to break out of our routine patterns and practice a new set of behaviors that have entirely new and bigger, far bigger possibilities for us. It's going to take you out of your comfort zone. if you're comfortable with this new level of pursuit, well, you're probably trying harder as opposed to differently. You know that Ted Lasso TV series is a great quote from him. If you're comfortable while you're doing it, well, you probably got it wrong. Another psychological study, this was done by a psychologist on the West Coast in the United States. Her name is Wendy Wood. She found that approximately 43% of the average person's daily behavior is done out of habit. 43% of what you're doing is out of habit. We don't question these routines and the wasted effort and the wasted time, okay? Now, when you start trying differently, that pushes you out of your comfort zone. That's going to create resistance within, okay? John Dryden, the poet and novelist, said, self-defense is nature's oldest law. And we start trying to defend ourselves against what could I lose? How could I get hurt? What might I screw up? How might I embarrass myself or whatever? All right? You've got to defy those kinds of feelings and emotions. Because there's a new level of uncertainty that you'll introduce to yourself. There's uncertainty, ambiguity. You start to distrust yourself. I don't know if I've got it in me. I may be getting this wrong. And so we start to protect ourselves. And we start playing not to lose instead of playing to win. It's a big difference. Okay? This is what's so ironic. We don't like to make mistakes. If you're not making any mistakes, there's something off key in your quantum leap. You proceed immediately you don't even have a full plan. You don't know enough. If this goal is the right kind of goal, you don't know enough to develop an in-depth plan. You're going into the fog of uncertainty and you're trying things, new behaviors. Some things work, but all of these things, failure is your coach. Failure is your guide. There's no Chinese proverb that says failure is the mother of all success. Now think about that. You can go and look at quotes by LeBron James, athletes. I mean, failure is such a central part, but failure feels like losing, and we don't like to lose. There was a Nobel Prize winner, psychologist, Daniel Kahneman. He's a psychologist, but he won the Nobel Prize in behavioral economics because of some of the studies and what they discovered. And they found, here's what they found, it's absolutely fascinating. We weigh losses, or what we see as the potential for losses, we weigh them twice as heavily as we weigh gains, or what we see as the potential for wins. So you go out here pursuing this big goal, and you make a little mistake, and that hits you twice as hard as something that you do that works. And you need to know that you've got a natural leaning inside of you that you've got to withstand. And you've got to not just make that lopsided assessment of the situation and what just happened. Look at it as you're learning your way to the quantum leap. The mistakes belong in the process. And to this idea that I sort of alluded to a minute ago, here's the big mistake people make. They say, this is a big goal. Wow, I've got to think this out. I've got to lay a good plan. I've got to prepare, and they focus on getting ready when they just need to get going. Just get going. Because forward motion is the fastest education you can find. Okay? Get out there. Collide with the real world as early as possible, because that's where reality lies. That's where learning lies. That's where growth lies. Stress yourself a little bit. That kicks in the growth instinct that we all are born with. We're born with this instinct for better, instinct for growth, instinct to improve. That's why you come into this world striving, learning, trying to grow. You make your mistakes and you learn from it. So, proceed with urgency. Fast break offense, full court press. Step number 3. Do the necessary mind work. Okay. If there is out of these 4 steps that I'm going to emphasize in the quantum leap, the U-squared method, the quantum leap process, this is probably the most fundamental one. Okay? This is the heart and soul of high achievement. Because, as I was speaking with a group yesterday morning, the most important piece of equipment that you have to work with, it's not your phone, it's not your computer, your laptop, it's not a vehicle that you drive in delivering things or whatever. The most important piece of equipment you've got is the 3 pounds of electronics in your skull. That's what runs the show. Performance begins inside the brain. It always has, and it always will. If you will know what you're doing, and if you will learn how to discipline the way you think, then you control your doing. You control what you achieve. Your results will be shaped by your thought patterns, your mindset, your mood, by how you frame things for yourself, and how you feel about yourself, and how you speculate things are going to turn out. You get to choose what you think about. That's all yours. And your thinking runs the show. Now, we're not taught to discipline our thinking. I got a high school education. I got a bachelor's degree. I got a master's degree. And I even got a PhD in psychology. And nobody gave me a class on how to think and how important that is. And I'll bet that that's true for most of you. It's kind of interesting. Back years ago, I'll say back in, certainly in the 60s, 70s, and even well into the 80s, books on self-improvement, success orientation and such, they weren't written by the academic psychologists, by the professionals with the PhDs and the big, heavy credentials. They were written by lay people, lay psychologists, if you want to. People like Napoleon Hill, Maxwell Maltz, and I could go on. And I would read those books, and I would think, this is gold. This is telling me how to manage me. And I wasn't getting any of that over there. Now, I would say particularly since 2000, there have been some superb books that have come out about this, but about from the academic psychologists at the major universities that are talking about, thank you, that are talking about how to be better with what you've got inside. Now, as we focus in on this just a little bit, I said your thinking designs your doing. And you need to be thinking in the positive direction. You need to be thinking along optimistic lines. Now, it's kind of interesting. If I ask the crowd, give me a show of hands. How many are optimists? How many pessimists? How many are optimists in the room? Yeah. You wouldn't be here, probably. If you said, I'm a card-carrying pessimist, man. But there's probably somebody, maybe a handful of people in the crowd that would say, yeah, I'm a pessimist. Or more likely, there's someone here in the room that would, or online out there, you folks, who would say something like, I don't consider myself an optimist, but I'm not a pessimist either. I'm a realist. I'm a realist, and and I say to them, yeah, you're a pessimist in sheep's clothing, Anyway, so when I pose that question, this is, and ask people, where do you land? Is the glass half full or is the glass half empty? In the United States, this is how the stats break out. A little over 3/4 of people say, yeah, I'm a positive thinker. I'm possibilities all the way. And then you'll have about 17% or so that say, yeah. Now that doesn't add up to 100%, you'll notice. Well, those are the realists, yeah. Okay, now I want to pose a critically important question for you. You listen close, because it's going to sound like a trick question, and it's not at all. Which do you think is more important? Thinking positive or not thinking negative? It sounds like a trick question. Well, it's not at all, because what they've discovered in the last 10 to 15 years is that they're actually, we think of it as optimism on one end of a scale, pessimism on the other end of the scale. They're actually two separate scales. Okay? And it's far more important to reduce your negative thinking than to focus on more optimistic thinking. I think this is a critical insight, because it is so easy for us to let the negativity slip into our thinking processes, into our consciousness, because it's everywhere. I said we have some 50,000 thoughts a day. Most of these are private. They're known only to us, you know. But here's what's interesting. I don't care if you're full-blood optimist, you will have some negative thinking. That's the world we live in. You know, we have some ups and downs in life. We take some of the slings and arrows and we keep on going. Here's the tricky thing. 70% of that stuff, we don't even perceive it and think of it as it's there having its influence on us. Okay? How does it slip in? Well, I call them the 5 C words. And this is how this stuff just leaks into our mindset all the time. We hear somebody criticizing, and that has a dampening effect on our mood. Or we're out there doing our own criticizing. We're being the critic, and we're griping and complaining and so forth. So there's criticizing. We're complaining about this. It may be something about the job. It may be something about a friend, the economy, whatever. Concern. I'm not talking about being empathic and having concern for someone who's suffering. It's not that at all. I'm talking about garden variety worrying. I'm concerned, about my hair. My hair is not working today. Whatever. But these everyday worrying things that just fill so much of our thought processes. And then commiserating, where a friend, coworker, family member, whatever, they're in the complaining or criticizing or worrying mode, and you get right in bed with them. And you say, yeah, I know what you mean. That's just the way it is. Or it could have, I don't know why they didn't do this. Look, you're not doing anybody any good. That's not your job. That's not your job. But it's so seductive. And we slip into that as one of the negative patterns of our thinking. Now, this is all on us, but it's also this the external negativity that we've got to be mindful of. Watch the evening news. I can get so stirred up just watching the evening news back home. I mean, I get so frustrated with things. Social media, you go on and on. There is so much of it out there. Well, you need to shut so much of that garbage out. It's not doing you any good, and it's not going to serve your energy toward pursuing that magnificent aiming point that we've been talking about. But it's sneaky stuff. Now, the other key concept I want to introduce to you about mind work, and this is critical. You've got that big aiming point that's scaring you. You don't know how to get there. It's really making you uneasy. You're kind of feeling your way along. And I talk in the U² handbook about rely on the unseen forces. Because you see, when we set a huge goal for ourselves, we think, this is stupid. I don't have the resources. We think we've got to do it all ourselves. There are amazing things that begin to happen if you have a clear, wonderful sense of direction that you're chasing violently. Resources come out of nowhere. It's downright spooky. When does this happen? It happens because of a little bitty almond-sized thing in the back of your brain called the reticular activating system. Now, you may have heard about this, but this is part of your subconscious mind. I'm going to play about a 3 or 4 minute video for you that will introduce you, if you're not already familiar with this concept, of the reticular activating system. So, here we go.
When you pick your aiming point, a switch turns on in your brain. What happens next is amazing. A highly specialized search engine cranks up inside your skull. It's called the Reticular Activating System, or RAS. The RAS focuses on your goal. Then it sorts through all incoming sensory signals, everything you see, hear, touch, taste, or smell. The RAS focuses on 3 narrow priorities: things you value, things that are unique or unusual, and things that could threaten you. The RAS filters out 99% of all sensory input you're exposed to. It's disregarded as unimportant. Think of it this way. A sharp aiming point produces an astounding increase in your brain's selective perception. Your RAS sensitizes you to all kinds of opportunities, resources, and potential threats that you would otherwise fail to notice. This powerful search engine sifts through your entire haystack of experiences, scanning relentlessly for the particulars that can help fulfill your goal. Your brain does all this search work on its own. The hunt goes on subconsciously, quietly, out of your awareness. Your RAS is one of the mighty unseen forces. It does its job invisibly in the dark recesses of your brain. The more you desire the goal, the hotter it burns in your heart, the harder the RAS works to find things that relate to goal achievement. But your RAS can't put its incredible power and creativity to work unless it knows what you want and how badly you want it. No aiming point, no help whatsoever from your RAS. Lukewarm desire? Well, that's also a problem. Your RAS will go idle or do half-hearted search work. If you want to make the quantum leap from U to U², the RAS must know what you're shooting for, and it needs to be a goal you're passionate about. Aim high, and shoot for a goal that stirs your heart.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to give me 12 to 15 minutes every day. Once you pick your aiming point, and once you've got it written down, give me 12 to 15 minutes every day, preferably the same time of day. And what I want you to do is get quiet, clear your mind, let the prefrontal cortex kind of go offline so that the alpha and theta waves kick into play, because that's where your creativity lies, okay? That's where the inspirational notions come from that just are mind-bending to you. You know, it's that's where your aha moments come from. 12 to 15 minutes. Can you do that? There was a study done by Duolingo, I think is the company who did this, and they determined that the average adult wastes, on average, 2 hours a day. I can believe that. I think I do that. I mean, it just, we let this most precious resource just fizzle out with nothing to show for it. Maybe we're goofing around just checking mindless emails that we should have blocked months ago. Or we're on social media, again, just trashing valuable time. 12 to 15 minutes. Read over your goal, clear your mind, and sit there. Don't try to think about anything else. Super achievers, unbelievably high percentage of them do some form of meditative exercise on a daily basis. There's a guy in Dallas that trains people to run marathons. Actually, I don't think he still does anymore. But years ago, there was a thing called the Dallas Marathon. They've renamed it now and rerouted it, but it takes place the first weekend in December. And this guy, he would start a class in January every new year for people who wanted to run the marathon. And it was a year of training to get them ready for that first weekend in December when they'd run the marathon. And so the class would come together, and it was a crazy mix of people there in January. And the first thing he did, he'd come to the front of the room, and he'd stand there, and he'd just look at the crowd. And there were young people, kids, you know. There old people older than me. That's pretty old, you know. There would be men, women. Some people looked like super fit athletes and so forth. But the first thing he says is, after he's looked at the crowd for a little bit, he said, let me make one thing perfectly clear. No one in this room is going to win the White Rock Marathon because it ran around White Rock Lake, okay? Nobody is going to win in this room is going to win the White Rock Marathon. But he said, but that's not why you're here. That's not your goal. Your goal is to finish. Your goal is to finish that 26.2 miles with the shortest time you can. That is your magnificent goal, okay? He said, okay, well, let me tell you the secret to running a marathon. And everybody's just on the edge of their chair. What's the secret? What's the secret? And he said, the secret to running a marathon is 8 inches. And everybody's like, that's not the length of your stride. What's he talking about? And then he says, it's the 8 inches between your ears. That's the secret to running a marathon. And he said, you have to train your mind as hard as you train your body. That's the secret to making a quantum leap as well. I'll say it again. Performance begins inside the brain. Your mind runs the show. Your thinking designs your doing. Now, having said all of that, what is the next fundamental? Track your progress. That's step 4 in the 4-step U-squared method. That's your quantum leap strategy. This is overlooked by so many people, and so many of the books on success and achievement and so forth, they don't get into this, but it is critical. And for years I didn't realize it either, but I came to respect it as a fundamental element in really pulling out into the world of actuality what you've really got inside of you. Track your progress, okay? What am I talking about? You've got to keep score. Tracking your progress and measuring results is like a truth serum, okay? If you're not tracking your progress, then it's like you're hiding from the evidence. This lets you know whether you're executing or not. John Doerr, one of the most famous venture capitalists in Silicon Valley, said, ideas are easy. Execution is everything. That's what we're talking about today, 4 fundamentals. You do not need more. And you will be you will be attracted toward, well, I probably ought to do this, I probably ought to do that. And you'll steal from these 4 fundamentals, and you'll stifle your focus, and you'll get distracted. Stick with the 4 fundamentals. Ideas are easy. There'll be a lot of notions and ideas that come along. Execution is the secret. And you track how you're executing. So how important is this? Is it really all that important? There was a study done of 250 small and medium-sized companies. And what they found was that only 1 out of 10 sets growth targets and tracks them in real time. Only 1 out of 10. This is look at 250 small and medium-sized companies. Those that did doubled their chances for success in reaching all of their goals in a 12-month period. Track your progress. Measure your results. Now, how do you do that? Well, I don't know what your metrics will be. Find something so that at the end of the week, the end of the month, you can look at what you've done. Because let me tell you, you're going to have setbacks, and you're going to begin to lose faith in yourself, and you're going to be thinking that you dream too big. That's part of the process. That's not a bug in the system. That's part of the system. It belongs here. It's interesting, when we set conventional goals, regular goals, growth goals, incremental goals, well, I'm making, if it's in the United States, well, I'm making 35,000 this year. I want to make 40 next year, or maybe I want to hit 50,000. Whatever. Those are incremental goals. That's not exponential. Okay. So when you have those setbacks, if you look at what you've been tracking, you're going to find there's signs of progress there. And part of the signs is you are practicing relentless pursuit. And it helps you keep the faith. The other thing is, if you're tracking, it keeps your goal front of mind, where we said it belongs. You see, there's this thing called luck in life. The latest handbook I wrote was called Lucky You. Because I came to realize how big a part luck plays in every one of our lives. It's kind of interesting. I grew up very poor. It was a lovely family, but we were not a wealthy group of people. I was the first person in either my mother or dad's family to go to college. But I got lucky in so many ways. I've had setbacks and so forth, but you need to respect this element we call luck, because luck is not random all the time. You can engineer luck into your life. Luck is one of the unseen forces. If you are following the U-squared method, these 4 steps, luck likes what you're doing. That's how you invite luck into your life. And luck is powerful. Anyway, tracking is how you improve your game. Now, I want to introduce you to a book you might have seen before. This is a book I stumbled across because I was attracted to it for a number of reasons, but it's written by a person who was born in Russia named Anna Konikova. Her family moved to the United States when she was 4 years old. She didn't speak English. She ended up getting a degree from Harvard in psychology, went to Columbia and got a PhD. And while she was at Columbia, she studied probability theory. And she kind of got all into this thing of poker. because she said poker imitates life in so many ways. And she became a real expert. She played in the World Series of poker in Las Vegas, Monte Carlo, and so forth. But she wrote this book called The Biggest Bluff, and it came out in 2020. And in the book, she tells about this most interesting study. It was done by an economist named Ingo Fiedler. And what he did is he studied poker games. He followed online poker sites for months, studied hundreds of thousands of poker games, because he wanted to find out which is more important for winning. The cards you have or how you play the game? Which is more important? The hand you've got, the hand you've been dealt, or how you play your hand? And here's what's fascinating. They found that those players with the best hand won only 12% of the time. 88% of the time, the winners were the people who were best at playing the game. That's what I'm teaching you here today. This is how you play the game for quantum leaps. Now, let's kind of reiterate what I've said so far. So what is the quantum leap strategy? There are 4 steps. Pick an ambitious aiming point, practice relentless pursuit, do the necessary mind work, and track your progress. It's extremely simple. It's elegant, actually. And let me tell you, every one of you have made quantum leaps before. You made quantum leaps of all kinds before you reached the age of 3 years old. When you went from crawling to walking, do you realize what a massive quantum leap that is? Do you realize what you did in the process? You had a clear aiming point. Damn it! I want to be able to walk like that big sister, big brother, my mother and dad. They're faster than me. They can see better than me. Okay? And then when you went from walking to running, from even running to riding a bike, you have to change your game. That's my point. If you want to make a quantum leap and move to an entirely different arc of achievement, then you probably will need to try differently. Your biggest challenge will be you. It's not going to be the world. It's not going to be that you lack the opportunity or that you don't have the best hand. It will be your willingness to change how you play the game. William James, who's called the father of American psychology, said there are 3 rules to follow if you want to change your life. Begin immediately, do it flamboyantly, no exceptions. You know, I think there are, I've been asked, and I ended up, a guy asked me one time, he said, if you had to sum up what you believe and what would be the short, airtight message you would give to people, just in a few lines, what would it be? And I said, okay, there's these 3 things. And this is what I want to leave you with. Number 1, you are the most powerful person in your life. It is not your boss. It is not your parents. It is not your significant other. You are the most powerful person in your life. Secondly, you have an amazing capacity for change. And you need to. I know that because I know there's so much more potential inside of you. You have an amazing capacity for change. Third, you are the solution to your future. It's you. Act like it, okay? Thank you.
I just fired my old self. Look what you've done. Doctor, that was amazing. You bring an incredible energy and so much change, and we're just so grateful for what you have come to do. Thank you for your time. We wish you safety and prosperity, and may you remember us when you travel back to Dallas. And speak of us, because we will remember you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. And now, ladies, and did you have fun? Yes. Doctor has to go back at some stage, so let's give him another roaring round of applause. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, in this auditorium, there's more happening, but first, there's lunch. Who's hungry? Yes, I know. Oh, I see the Relief Sisters. So to our online audience, we're still running our Q&As in our master classes, just to give you an idea of what is happening here at 20 to 2 o'clock. So at 20 to 2 o'clock, we're calling you back because we have to start at 2:45 sharp. So 2:40. 2:40. I know I said that. I'm correcting it. I can't tell the time. I'm a new self. At 2:40, so 20 to 3, at 2:40, we're going to come back into this room. At 2:45, at 2:45, we're starting at exactly 2:45. So the reason I say this is because our announcer, me, you can't hear me where you are when we need to call you back into the room. So if you could please be seated at 20 to 3 so that we can start at 2:45 sharp. Our online audience will be online, and we have to start the ebony and the ivory room at the same time. So if you could please be seated at those times. In this auditorium, the science of success, retirement. Now I want to say something. We heard it this morning. Nontokozo, you started something with that age 45 thing. Don't think the retirement conversation is not for you. In fact, if you are 25 years, who's 25 years in this room? This conversation is especially, people are raising hands that's not 25. That's okay. This conversation is especially for you and everyone else. So we're talking retirement in this room. DJ Waras, Bruce Cameron, and Tsepo Matato. Great seeing everyone here. It feels like a reunion. So in this room, that is what's happening in this auditorium. And then in the ebony room, I don't know how you're going to choose, the Science of Success Critical Illness, moderated by our very own Dr. Michael Mole. Tanya, good to see you. Tanya and Jaritha, they'll both be joining Doctor as well. So we'll see you back in this room or in the ebony room at 2:40. Enjoy lunch.
Session by Dr. Pritchette, well-renowned author, consultant to over half of all Fortune 500 companies. That was a fire session, and you know why I know it was fire? Because you guys are in the comments. So I don't ask you guys to get into the comments for like no reason. I do it because you guys stand a chance to win spot prizes, and we have our next spot prize winner, who is Tammy Seremane. Now, you ask yourself, how did Tammy get to win a book that is signed? I need to show you guys this so that you don't think I'm lying. That's a book, right? Signed by the keynote speaker, Dr. Pritchette, and Tammy gets a copy of this book. Why does Tammy get a copy of this book? Because Tammy interacted with our poll. But that's not the only way to win prizes here. Any interaction, anytime you jump into the chat, you send a question in, you are gathering points that can put you on a leaderboard. And now, on that leaderboard, let me tell you who's at the top, because there's a gap that's happening at the leaderboard. I've got Prish, who has been either joint or just an outright leader. Prish is on 865 points. Prish has been interacting, she's been coming into the chats, she's been sending in questions, she's in the polls, she's in everything. Prish is number one currently. I've got Trisha, who's right behind Prish. I've got Sandra as well, and I've got Refueling, who's in fourth with 770 points. Now, there are 4 winners at the end of this with special prizes, and you need to be interacting. But I've got a special guest with me right now who was in the session, and he needs somewhat of an intro. Do you need an introduction? Please come in here.
Why are you lying to the people? Why am I a special guest? There's nothing special about me.
What? Stop it. Please stop.
I'm being dead serious. But what I'm happy about is if anyone that is listening to me now was actually in the session before this. So
Yeah.
I got to see the doc yesterday.
Yeah.
Spectacular. And then I got to sit into the session. That's
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
So give me some key takeaways for yourself personally. What did you get out of it? What did you learn?
Sure.
What are you going to apply almost immediately?
So the big thing that the doc speaks about, right, is he doesn't use these words. This is how I
your interpretation is awesome.
Is be delusional in your goals, right? That a lot of us sit here and make small goals, hoping that, you know, the small goals will build up and will build up and will build up and, you know, you will hit the target. Whereas if you make a big, disgusting, delusional goal and you smash and you try, you know, build your focus up to making that goal happen, you have a high chance of making that goal happen because it's so delusional and it is such a crazy thing to do. But importantly too, is to change your behavior from being a noun to being a verb, right? So your behavior right now in English, it is a noun, you know, but when you actually make what your behavior is, your attitude around money, your attitude about how you treat money, about thinking about investments, thinking about retirement, thinking about critical illness, all those sorts of things, and I'd rather make those about how you're going to do something about it. So change your behavior and actually do something about it. Because all of us can sit here and say, hey man, next week, gym, sing Asham, Kaba, gone, I don't want. But if you don't do anything actionable about it, what's the point of it, you know?
So one of the core things that I saw, which was really awesome, is how you need to also break down your goals, your big goals, into small tasks.
Sure.
Now, I want to ask you something. Do you have your goals list for this year, and how much of your goals list have you hit just for yourself? Do you have like a percentage of the amount of goals that you set at the beginning of the year that you've hit, and how far or close are you to knocking down your list?
Sure. So here's what I do, right? I don't necessarily write my goals down, which is the bad thing. After what the doctor said, you must write it down. So I'll definitely start writing it down, one, right? But I do a lot of mind work. So I'm always pondering, thinking, ruminating, all those sorts of things around the ideas that I have, the plans that I have, the things that I want to do. And by doing that, they stay top of mind. But I think with what has just been said, putting it on paper, you know, saving it as your wallpaper, things like that, continually bring the idea back up to the forefront of your brain and all the business that's there. So instead of worrying about how am I paying the next bill, you know, the stress for next week, Zimasa owes me money. On top of the mind as well, in the long list of everyday life is don't forget the goal, don't forget the goal, don't forget the goal, and actually sitting down and trying to action how you're going to get to that point.
So what's your biggest goal that you can say? What's the biggest goal that you've hit this year that you wanted for yourself?
So I didn't necessarily have big money goals for this year. So in previous years, I've always had money goals. Make this amount of money, save this much amount of money. This year was different. It's more an upskill myself in certain things, because all of that will be foundational for more money making in the future type of thing. So I think this year I've worked towards making those goals happen, and I'm very happy with where I am. I think there's lots of room for more things to happen, and I'll continue to build and upskill myself in that regard. But I know that all of this is the foundation for the money plans that come in 2026, 2027, and so forth.
Guys, Dr. Musa didn't introduce himself, but you know what? Maybe it's on me.
You know what? You're right. I did say I don't need an introduction, and I didn't introduce
My bro,
myself.
thank you so much.
Nice to see you,
Yes,
brother.
Dr. Musa, he was giving his take and how he applied what he was listening to from Dr. Pritchette into his life. You also got a little bit of a look. So there's financial goals, but then there's also like upskilling goals. There's goals for yourself, things that you need to hit for yourself. Now, we're going to be taking an hour break, but not you. You guys have to be back here 45 minutes before, because there's an opportunity for one of you to win a very crazy amount of money. I said money. I said money. I didn't falter. So, I need you guys to be here 45 minutes from now. I also need you guys to understand you need to keep asking questions. You need to keep interacting on the platform. but be here 45 minutes from now so that we can jump in and I can tell you those details about how you can stand a chance to win up to 20,000 Rand. So now let's take a quick break, and then after that, I'll tell you about what's coming next. Cheers. Press the. Okay, we're back. We're back live with you guys. And remember, I spoke to you guys about 20,000 Rand. This is your chance to win with Momentum and Metro FM. So I don't want you to move. I hope you guys are on because I said you need to be back now. I want to know how much you've been focusing throughout this entire day. So I want to put it to the test because you stand a chance to compete live on Metro FM and win 20,000 Rand in the Stroop Touchdown powered by Momentum Science of Success. All you need to do is answer a question that I'm about to ask right now, and it's fastest fingers first. I want to see how focused your speed is. Are you ready? The question is, what is the theme for this year's Science of Success? I repeat, what is the theme for season 7 of the Science of Success? Fastest fingers first, go. Okay, cool. That's done. We're gonna pick one winner there. Fastest fingers first. You've heard the question. If you weren't on the stream or you just came in now, well, I said you need to be back here. So, we've got our next masterclass that's about to start. And it's on the science of success when it comes to retirement. We've got DJ Warwick Stock. He is our moderator today. I've got Bruce Cameron, who is the voice of the industry. Now, for those who have just jumped in, we've got a platform of how we kind of put together our master classes. We've got a moderator, we've got a voice of the industry, someone from the outside, and we've got a voice from inside Momentum, a subject matter expert who comes in to give Momentum's perspective on it. And for this one, we've got Utsepo Matato. He's the voice for Momentum. Now, guys, remember, there's some spot prizes right throughout for your guys' interaction online. And even now, I've just added something else, 20,000 Rand. Let me see. I've got some comments coming in. We're gonna choose who's coming in. Remember, you've got to say today's theme properly. I'm seeing some of those questions come in. You've got to say, some of you are saying the right keywords, but I want the whole thing. I want to see who's been focused. Now, we've got the next session that's starting now, and I need you guys to continue to jump into the platform, the live stream platform. I need your chats, I need your questions, and I need you guys to be in on the polls. And we're not just doing this, we've got a lovely carrot for you guys. We've got a leaderboard, and I'm getting close to announcing what you're actually going to be winning on the leaderboard. Trisha is now first with 1,130 points on the leaderboard. I've got Sandra Dinger on 1,100 points. I've got Refueling Malope on 1,070 points. And I've got Prish. Prish was first or joined first for the whole entire day. Her focus is slipping. Prish is now fourth at 1,020 points. But if you're fourth, you still get an opportunity to jump into, to possibly get those prizes. So we've got our next session, our next masterclass starting now. We've got DJ Waters, we've got Bruce Cameron, we've got Tsepo Matato, who's the voice of Momentum. I'll see you guys there. Drop your questions in there, and I'm going to take them into the masterclass. Cheers. Thank you.
Are you reading your prepared answers?
No, I've just
I think now
started
it's on thing.
remember things.
Okay. It's on right now. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, these look like mugshots. Especially yours, Tsepo, what's going on?
Madlanga Commission, eh?
Yeah. Welcome to the ad hoc committee on retirement. When do we start? Do we get a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
We're good to go, apparently.
Do we make our own 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Okay, everybody, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You see now, that's the type of welcome I was hoping for. Because I was like, we were asking ourselves, like, hey, is someone going to introduce us? Or must we introduce ourselves? You know what I mean? And believe it or not, we only met 5 minutes ago. I don't know who these gentlemen are either. So I just like you, everything I hear today, I'll be hearing for the first time. But I'll take you through the presentation of who we are, okay? I'm that guy. I know it looks like I'm that guy, but I'm not the handsome one, right? I'm this one. I'm Waras. I am a moderator today for the first time, but most of you know me as a broadcaster. I did radio for many years, did television. Most recently, you've seen me on a couple of podcasts making controversial statements. We are not here for that today. Please, Zureda, stop looking at me. Look at someone else. Next to me is, of course, Tsepo Matato. Tsepo is the voice of Momentum. He's actually a financial coach at Momentum. Am I correct?
Correct.
Financial coach, meaning this guy is the Luna of finance. So everything he says today,
Don't put
Uthi
him on the spot
zethu
now.
ziyaphi. Okay? And next to him is Mr. Bruce Cameron. He's termed voice of industry up there, but Bruce has written over 12 books. He's a well-known author, journalist. In a career spanning over 40 years, Bruce has been trying to educate people on retirement and how best to utilize their money. And they are the two gents that are joining me, the experts on stage today. Let's have a round of applause. So, a few house rules. I've been asked to tell everyone that under your seat is a card that you can redeem for a prize that you can redeem with the card that's under your seat. It's a bit of an Oprah moment. Everybody gets something. So go for it now. In the front. What do you mean there's cards there? Guys, is there no cards? Let me make a call.
That was good, eh?
Hold on. Hello, there's no cards. No, they told me there was cards. They told me there was cards. So that, a little bit later on, we've also got an opportunity for one lucky audience member to win a signed copy of Bruce's latest book, eh? Yes. What's the title of the book, Bruce? Thank you, sir. The Ultimate Guide to Retirement in South Africa. This is not the first rendition.
third
This is
one.
the third rendition of the book. So that later on, I'll tell you how you can win that. It's very simple. Based on what you hear us discussing today, if you've got a question to the audience member who asks the best question, we will give you the prize. If you ask a stupid question, redeem the card under your seat, get outside. So we'll start our discussion. I'll base it on myself because I'm up here. I'm at the point where I feel like I'm part of what's termed the sandwich generation. I learned that term on the brief they sent me. But essentially what it means is that I'm a father, so I've got kids of my own who are of school-going age. I'm obviously trying to save for their education. They're all at school. The eldest one is 16. The youngest one is 11. I plan on making more, just looking for the right partner. But those other two partners didn't work out. But I'm looking at saving for my kids' financial future, but at the same time, I have my mom, who is 65. She's retired now 5 years. And I find myself having to also, lean more and more into the decision-making that my mom, or the decisions my mom is trying to make with me in mind, and my financial decisions with her in mind. So I would start by saying, how does one have the conversation with their parents? The one with the children is easy. You just tell them, hey, go to school, shut up. This is my money. You will get something when I tell you. But with your parents, it's not always so easy. I think at 65 plus, we all have parents here who are somewhere in that age bracket. The conversation becomes important because we're looking at how are we saving for from now until the eventuality that you are no longer here. But it's a tough conversation to have, Jen. So how do we bring up that conversation as the sandwich generation?
The very first thing is the fact that you need to be tactful. At the end of the day, these people have been your parents. They have taken the role of being in charge all these years. So now it's a role reversal. So first you need to be tactful. Whatever you do with them, you need to actually come from a point of understanding, emotional intelligence, to come at them and say, you know what, Mom, Dad, let's sit down properly. And don't come from a point of, I know too much. Yes. I'm now in charge. Because at the end of the day, they will then pull back, Because at the end of the day, the relationship that you've had with them all your life, it's always been the other way. They've been the parent, you've been the child.
Yes.
So now you need to go slowly but surely. But this is one of those things that you don't have one conversation. There's no way you can have one conversation. It has to be multiple conversations over years, in fact, in regards to the planning. And the planning itself needs to take, and at the end of the day, you can even rope people in. You can say, Mom, let's take a walk. Let's take a drive to a financial planner. let's take a drive to a bank, for example, to sit down.
Maybe you can angle it as though it's a drive to discuss something related to you. And then when you get there, you're like, surprised, this is actually about you.
But you can't do that.
Yeah. So you guys heard, it's not a conversation to be had on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Be tactful. Bruce, if I can come to you, is it not a conversation that sometimes can be viewed as offensive? Or, you know, like sometimes parents, you know, as one ages, I'm not asking you this because I think you're aged, but as one ages, you know, you kind of find yourself having less and less responsibilities. And then perhaps when that conversation comes about from your child, you view it as a loss of independence almost.
You know, I'm 77, just so it gives you an idea, is that one of the big problems that you have is ageism.
Yes.
People think because you're older, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
So if
Is there anything wrong with you?
A lot.
Okay, because you're in an advisory position here, sir, so please declare.
No, but so people if people ask you what do, you say you're retired. You can see the eyes closing. If you say you're an author, it's a different approach you get.
Yes.
And that's what often happens. I think a lot of people express ageism without really realizing they're doing it. I even have it for my own kids. They think that I'm sort of out of control. It must be brought under their control.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult. And I'd like to go back to something you said, your own kids. It's not a matter of just telling them, because there are a lot of conversations, because one assumes that you're going to die at 86, which is the average age. You could live much longer. In an actual couple now, one of them will live to be 100 on average.
Yes.
Whereas a lot of people die, because that's 86 is when you're 60 years old. Earlier, a lot of people will die while their children are still small. So you need to start trying to educate them in different ways right from the beginning on how to handle things. It doesn't have to be your death that you're explaining to them, but you can, if a friend of yours dies, you can then discuss what was done and what wasn't done. So you need it right across the board. And no two people are alike. I mean, you talk about the sandwich generation. In some ways, I would see myself as a sandwich generation. I had a mother who never even told me her age. That was top secret.
Let alone her finances.
Yeah. And I mean, she had dementia, died of dementia. And so we had to sit there and basically, because she never told us that we found out about it. So we went to the banks and said to them, freeze her accounts, her investments. And then my brother and I paid for everything. My sister went and visited her every day in the home we went to. So there are all those questions all the time that are going to be asked. So no two people are alike, and that's what makes these conversations so very important.
I think another conversation that obviously comes up as you're approaching those numbers is obviously the living arrangement. You know, like as you said, Tsepo, all your life, your parents have been the head of the home. But when you're growing up, especially if you've got siblings, it's usually a larger home. But as the siblings move out and everybody gets to adult age, it's now the parents left alone in perhaps a 4-bedroom property. How does one broach that conversation? You know what I mean? Is it best to keep it? Is it best to downscale?
Look, at the end of the day, a 4-bedroom house, huge yard, standalone, especially in South Africa, I don't think it's actually the best thing for a 75-year-old or a 65-year-old. So I think scaling down at that particular point, maybe scaling down to a 2-bedroom flat, perhaps in a retirement village, for example, because at the end of the day, some people then start getting illnesses at an advanced age.
Yes.
So it then helps them to be around people that can look after them at night, or if they fall and break a hip, or whatever sort of thing that happens. So you need to then scale down. At the end of the day, you've got a 4-bedroom house. Your kids are out, they've got their own houses and stuff like that. Just scale down to a 2-bedroom house, because at that point, you now need to look at your finances and minimize all the junk that is there, and keeping up with the Kardashians, as I always say.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
At that particular point, now you're old, you're in advanced age, you don't need to impress anyone. You now go into a retirement home, you downgrade the big car to perhaps something that's smaller, that's cheap on fuel. There's a lot of different things that you're doing at that point to minimize all of this. Because obviously it's part of retirement. The topic today is retirement. You've saved all along through retirement funds, retirement annuities, pension funds and stuff. Now you're getting money as an income, you see? So the money that you're getting needs to then match the expenses. So you then try and reduce those expenses in order to live a proper life.
And still have something left
Correct.
over to put away.
Yeah.
What about if that 4-bedroom, this is the thing in the sandwich generation, is we have kids that at least once a year there's a thing called school holidays. You want to get rid of them. If you tell your parents to give up the house, where are they going to go?
They'll see themselves.
See, it's not going to work in a 2-bedroom.
They'll see themselves.
Bruce, I think in terms of something Tsepo said, the retirement village discussion. So there's downgrading where it's from the 4-bedroom to a 2-bedroom. In the South African context, are retirement villages popular? Is it a good choice, a good alternative?
Well,
or is the better option, the downscaling of the property, sell the 4-bedroom, buy the 2-bedroom?
I come from the Western Cape, which is basically the retirement village of South Africa now.
So basically move to Cape Town.
But there are even problems. I mean, what sort of retirement village do you want to move into? There are vast differences. There are retirement villages which will have care centres, some that will have hospitals nearby. There are life rights, there are different types of ownership. Now, just to give you an example on a life right, you buy in, you give them the money, and when you die, the money you paid in, not the growth, is paid back to you. So it's a bond, basically, that you pay over. But the trouble is that the municipalities don't value that house on how much you've paid. They value it on the new contract value. So now, in the Western Cape, prices going sky high, and that includes retirement values. So now, a lot of those people, there's been a sudden increase in rates in Cape Town. They're paying a 30% increase in rates because it's valued on the contract and not on the value of the house. And that's a major problem. So you have to look at things like that. You must look at what the condition of the retirement villages, what your neighbour would be like, all sorts of things. It's not an easy approach just to say, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, because the
Go
neighbourhoods
and
change over
investigate
time.
it,
Somewhere that might have been beautiful 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I've got an older brother who came down and looked at retirement villages down. Well, actually, I've got two brothers. One that came down, he's bought into a retirement village. He bought when the wind wasn't blowing. Now he's discovered that the wind blows in Somerset West like nowhere else.
Yeah. Now you want to move.
Yeah. My older brother came down, he looked and he said, there's not enough aftercare here, and if it is, it's incredibly expensive. So he's gone back to Belita and bought there because he says it's far more affordable. So you need to take a lot of things into account in these issues.
Now, you mentioned earlier, Tsepo, I think you touched on, like some health considerations as well. Obviously, as our parents get older, these things happen. Something as simple as a fall cannot just be a fall. It can actually turn into like a hip replacement, etc., etc. Something I've been I'm trying to get my mom onto my medical aid. So at 65, when you're trying to say, I'd like to add a dependent,
it becomes an issue.
Yeah, no. They're trying to double the premium and stuff, you know what I mean? It's not Momentum, I'm just saying. It's someone else. The medical aid that will not be named. But what are some of the things to consider when structuring that when planning for the medical eventuality of your parents getting sick, perhaps contracting dementia, something like that? Is it better to put them on your medical aid, or should you just keep them on their medical aid and then you pay it?
Look, there's no one size fits all. So I can't give you an answer and say you must do this or do that. The main thing here is though, that like for example, I'm on a hospital plan right now with no medical savings, with no chronic cover. But obviously as you get older, you start having high blood pressures, you start having many different lifestyle illnesses that you have. You then need a stronger or bigger medical aid, if I can put that way, which covers the chronic ailments.
Yes.
It covers the different things that may happen if you then fall and stuff like that, you see? So the main thing is to then understand that you then are going to spend a bit more than you currently are. So if I'm a 64-year-old on my company medical aid, for example, maybe I may not have illnesses at that point, But once I then retire, I then need to start saying, look, I need to get a better medical aid.
More comprehensive.
Comprehensive,
Yeah.
correct. And then also then the main thing that actually, when I encounter people of an advanced age, they tell me about what they call co-payments. So when you go to a hospital, you may think you've got this comprehensive cover. At the end of the day, a doctor charges at 300% of medical
aid
rates,
rates, yes.
and. So you go in, think you're comprehensively covered. When you come out, there's a 17,000 Rand bill.
Yes.
And you are then, I'm 74, how am I going to pay this thing? So there's something called gap cover. So look, at the end of the day, I always speak about refer to a financial advisor. Don't just make knee-jerk reactions with these type of things. Go to a financial advisor.
Because it needs to be tailor-made for you.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there's no one-size-fits-all or one
Solution.
paintbrush for everyone. So go to a financial advisor. They deal with this on a day-to-day basis. So you may need comprehensive cover for this. You may not need something else. So the main thing is just to sit down with an advisor and get something that's tailor-made for you.
When my son was born, I'd never heard of that co-payment thing. And I thought it was comprehensive cover. It was very expensive with dependents. And I remember after the fact, they were like, hey, listen, there's this payment. This is our part and your part is X amount. It was like something like 26,000 Rand. And I was like, but I've got comprehensive cover. What's the story? And they were like, no, this must be paid because you don't have gap cover. Fortunately, it happened when I was much younger.
Okay.
And I just told them, you know what, if that's the case, take the lighty back. They refused. He's 11 now.
And you still pay.
He's been costing me money ever since. But I've since changed medical aids, just full disclosure. Yes, Bruce, you want to
Yeah, I
speak
just
on
wanted to say one thing is that in retirement, people retire in a certain amount and they often draw too much. Now, what happened at the moment, for instance, is research by various financial institutions is showing there's a huge bailout, either reducing the option, particularly of pensioners, downward or getting out of retirement
Medical
medical
cover.
aids altogether.
By reducing, you mean they're going from comprehensive to hospital?
Yeah, so they go from comprehensive
Yeah,
to hospital
reducing benefits.
or they get out altogether. And the reason is because medical aid inflation is the highest inflation in the country.
Yeah.
That along with increases in rates and services, administered prices. And there's nothing you can do about it. And a lot of people who are just on, even if they're withdrawing just enough to live until they die, will suddenly find their pension, they need a bigger pension to cover these increases. And it's, you know, the great thing about savings is the compounding interest. The worst thing about retirement is the compounding extra fees.
Yes. Which
So
won't
if
be
it gets bigger and
30 years
bigger,
per
you know. So that first year is going to get bigger every time it goes forward. And so a lot has to be taken into account. And this is, I mean, the point you made about financial advisor is probably one of the most important points. You do need advice. I mean, someone like me might not need advice. But
Well,
you know,
you've written 12 books.
Yeah, but
you're giving the advice.
But that's why I got a co-author in, because he interfaces more than I do, so I can learn off him. You know, so you know, people do need financial advisors, and that's, I think, particularly all around retirement, because this is the sort of advice you'll definitely get.
For the ones who are opting out, are they opting out of medical aid completely in favor of what? Because again, like if we bring it back to South Africa, I don't know if you've ever been to a government hospital, but it's
well,
not a
that's
vibe.
the problem. That's what they're having to do. They've got no choice, basically. And
It's a cost-cutting measure, purely.
The thing is that people who retire, they're only 6%, if not less, particularly because of the two-pot system, who retire financially well off. And it's not difficult to reach the target. I mean, I retired very well, and I still retired very well. And I built in for all these things. But a lot of people don't. And so they put up, so instead of drawing down less than 5% when they start, they're drawing down anything up to 12, 15%. And that means they're going to run out of money very, very quickly.
Yeah. Just talk to me a bit about the two-pot system. I think, well, I heard the term, but I didn't know what it was. But I think everybody can relate. You know, you start out, you have that policy in place. You're like, hey, this one I'm gonna chow it when I'm 50. And then 2 years later, you're like, hey, I could use this 30,000. You know, Durban looks nice this time of the year. Like, you know, and you decide to withdraw early. So just perhaps a little bit on the two-pot system, exactly what.
So I actually want to maybe move away from the two-pot slightly. The biggest chunk is when people change jobs. So if I move from Momentum to another company, the bulk of my money I withdraw. A lot of people assume it's almost like a golden handshake when you move from one company to the next. Because
so that's your package.
Your package.
Okay.
Ne? Let me not call it a package.
Well,
it's your pension fund. You know?
They call it a package.
It's not a package.
We call it a
So
package in the streets.
This is why I'm saying that people assume it's like a golden handshake.
We call it a package in the streets.
No. So now what else? Look,
it's not a package.
It's not a package. So you've taken 100,000 rand. You've taken 200,000 rand because you've got emergencies that you need to fill out right now. You've got this,
This is my pension fund from Momentum when I resign.
Correct.
When I move in, okay.
So let's say, for example, before I came to Momentum, I took 100,000 from a previous company. If you had to ask me why, I literally have no recollection.
Because you could have just moved it across.
I could have just moved it. You preserve. So the
well,
one
what
thing
did you do with it, Tsepo? You can tell me.
You spoke about Durban, but it's another story. Look, the main thing is...
Tsepo resigned before Durban, July.
Exactly. But look, you can preserve. So the main thing that we need to actually inculcate in people is that you should preserve. Don't take that money. At the end of the day, retirement money is like you are taking away money from yourself right now in order to pay yourself later. As simple as that. People have got this thing about the deductions. I don't like this. It's a very grudge purchase for a lot of people. But the main thing is actually you should actually be putting more. If you can literally start putting more, because obviously what Bruce spoke about is the compounding. So the earlier you start putting more into your retirement fund, and obviously compounding through many, many years, you'll be that 6% that he's speaking about.
Who retired
successfully. You see? And the 94%, unfortunately, are people perhaps that started working late in a corporate environment. Some people maybe started working in a place where they don't have any sort of deductions. You see? Some people withdrew monies and. But the main thing is that please, 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 if I may, do not take your monies when you change jobs. There are tools called preservation funds where you leave the money within the same company or you can transfer it to your new company. To come back to two-pot. Two-pot right now, in fact, I'm going to tell you the truth, it's a wonderful, wonderful change in legislation. The reason is right now, 1/3 of your contribution goes into the savings pot, and 2/3 goes into the retirement pot.
Okay.
The retirement pot, which essentially is 67% of this money. So if you started 1 September last year, 1/3 will go into the savings pot and 2/3 into the retirement pot. You will never be able to withdraw that money. It is now forced onto you, which is fantastic according to me, that we are now saying to you that 2/3 on the side, you are going to be able to draw an income from that. You have no option of withdrawing it or moving it, whatever.
So I can't withdraw the 67.
You cannot, which is now fantastic. You can withdraw the 1/3. That's what people did last year with the 30,000 rands and with the two-pot. But also on top of that, whatever you're taking away from any part of your pension fund will come back to bite you later on. Because obviously you've got the 67% that you are forced, and ultimately this force is a fantastic force. Because in the space that I'm in, I speak to a person who has changed jobs 1,000 times during their career. By the time they reach retirement, now they'll say to me, I've got 400,000 rand.
And you're like, how?
And 400,000 rand, I will tell you the truth right now, you might as well just say, you know what, take me now, God. Because the truth is, at the end of the day, there will be no stretching of this money in any way.
Yes.
You know, if I had to sit and give you figures of how much you need in order to get like a good 20,000 rand, people would be shocked. People assume right now when they look at their benefit statement, I've got 2.7 million. I'm rich. You're not.
You guys are not rich.
You're not. But the truth is, and the one biggest misconception that people have around retirement, and I don't know why, they assume that when they reach retirement, they'll be rich.
Because they're saving all these years.
There's a gap.
Yeah.
So you will not be rich. It's actually an income replacement. You working for Momentum or whatever company that you work for, at 65, they're going to say, thank you so much, Waras, bye-bye. who is going to start paying at that point? It's the money that you've been saving through all
Which pays
these
you back.
years.
So you're not winning the lotto. Yeah. Yes, Bruce.
I agree that the principle of the two-pot was good. It came after COVID and things. What the big debate was initially was who will be able to withdraw. Initially, it was said it would only be for emergencies. But then they couldn't work out what an emergency was, so they just threw it all open. And one of the big
Everything's an
there was a good summing up.
Bruce,
in the
I don't know if
taxation.
you've been to the Durban July, but it's an emergency.
Well, I'm
It's an
coming to
emergency
that.
in June.
I'm coming to that now. Just hold on. There was a very good summing up this morning in the tax session. I think the point that didn't come across strongly enough is when you withdraw that money, you're paying a penalising tax rate.
Yes.
And a lot of it just disappears into the hands of
taxation,
SARS. And that makes what you're left with becomes very little, and then the administrative costs and all sorts of things.
So if you're withdrawing 100,000, it's not 100,000.
But now we're coming back to the Durban July. A lot of that money that is coming out of the two-pot system is going to pay for gambling.
Oh, wow.
And that is the big problem now. I mean, gambling is, the sports gambling is totally over the top in this country.
By show of hands, that man is on Betway now?
Aviator. If I
No,
know it.
Aviator is losing.
Yeah.
Who is on online gambling here? Be honest, guys.
honest.
We're all friends here. It's only us. And no one can see you. Everyone's looking forward.
And that's including
But
soccer
you're right.
players.
But it's a huge problem. I mean, most countries in the world, because of things like Hansi Cronje being bribed, this is what will happen in South Africa. People are going to sort of bribe bookies or bribe the sportsman to
Throw the game.
Yeah. And there are a lot of associated problems, apart from the fact that a lot of these people are not going to pay school fees or whatever, or pay for medical aids. So it's a big problem that has to be addressed.
So it's being viewed as the emergency fund, but you're using it for non-emergencies.
Correct.
Yeah,
so we don't ask
exactly.
you. When you withdraw from your two-pot, we don't ask you what's the reason.
Yeah, but how do you
You're
improve
allowed.
that system? Do you think you, for example, as somebody who knows what they're doing as a financial advisor, can you come in then as Tsepo and say to your customer, your client, what are you using it for? I'm forced to stipulate what it's for. Then you advise and say, listen, I don't think Aviator is the one. This money should be for, I don't know, I don't even know what is a good emergency.
Well, pay school fees or emergencies,
Yes,
things like
home
that.
improvement.
A lot of people last year, what they did, they bought, what do you call this, tombstones for their family members as emergencies.
Yeah.
But however, if I'm now supposed, you're saying I must put a block and ask them why.
Do you think a tombstone is an emergency?
Look, but the truth is, well, no, what else? The
Is
truth
a tombstone an emergency? Okay.
The truth is, ne?
Hey, yabezwa nje.
Bayezwa vele serious.
No, mashanga.
No, but this is
Hey,
serious
yeah,
stuff.
imagine. Yafuneka tombstone. Hayi yabezwa mashanga.
But to rope it back in.
Someone's gonna throw something at me. You're like, hey, nda. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but to rope it back in, at the end of the day, that's like almost dealing with the now. No? You say, for example, a lot of people will say, I'm in debt. Give me that 30,000 rand, whatever amount is in the savings pot. That is living for the now. But at the end of the day, we're all going to get old. Or we're anticipating and hoping to get old. So rather change your lifestyle and change your habits right now and save. And don't keep up with the Kardashians and don't go to the Durban Julys. Because the main thing here, and everything that we are about today, this whole science of success, is about discipline ultimately. Because the one thing is, everyone wants to buy the latest phone, the latest coffee, all of these different things that people say that they are part of me. But the truth is, if you now cut all that fat, because this is all nonsense, if I may call it, you need to choose what nonsense is not important to you, and then start saving from that particular point. Because a lot of people will say to me, Tsepo, I need more money. I need this and this and this and this and this. The ultimate truth is that you're not going to get a salary increase just like that. Your side hustle won't kick just like that.
Yes, it might not kick at all.
You know what I mean? The one thing you've got full control over is your own salary. That's one thing you got full control over. And now that's where you then make those proper decisions. As much as we can all say, no, I need to take care of my mom, I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The truth is, there's a lot of stuff that, during lockdown, I used to go out before lockdown, sorry. Every single Friday, I was at a Chisanyama constantly like this.
That's where I met you.
But the truth is, during lockdown, what I then learned is that I actually don't need to go out all the time.
And you know how many Shisanyamas closed as a result?
And
You weren't there.
And SAP shares went down. But look, the truth is, all of these things that we've attached to ourselves and our brand.
Yeah.
I go to work, people buy coffees every single day, and these coffees are like 90 bucks.
Yeah.
And that's 450 rand a week. That's what, 500 rand? That's 2,000 bucks
rand a month. Yeah.
a month.
Excluding weekends.
And you're saying to me that 2,000 rand cannot change something. So that's the minor little thing that we need to start talking about, because everyone looks at these massive things. Yeah, I want more and more and more. Rather start working on the little things. Why do I need to buy all the brands? Why do I need to change a phone every single 2 years? The phone is still working, You don't need to put, when people go out, they want to put it on top of the table. You can put it into your pocket now,
It's an iPhone 17.
You know what I mean?
Got to put it on top of the table.
But ultimately, it's those minor little things. It's the discipline. We need to actually inculcate the fact that everyone needs to cut down on something. I'm not a fan of saying to a person, cut down on everything.
Yeah.
Cut down on something. If you go out 4 times a month, then cut it down to 2 or once. You know what I mean? Those minor little things. Don't go to the shops every single day. Yesterday I went to go buy bread. Simple bread. I came out having spent 240 rand.
What else?
Because there's specials there, there's strawberries there, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 for 1. And that type of behavior, it may seem very small at that particular point. But once it then starts going over time, that's the leakages that happen in your budget. And that's where you now then say, if I then start saving that 2,000 rand from the coffee, I can then give my mom that money, or I can then put into my retirement savings, or I can reduce the debt. That's another thing, debt. We need to reduce debt. As you get older or closer to retirement, you need to go into retirement with minimal debt.
You can't be financing a car.
You know what I mean?
Away from, yeah.
So that's the thing. I can go on for days. But the main thing here is the discipline. We do need to start saying, I am disciplined. I need to make sure that I'm cutting down all this fat. Yeah.
In terms of, I think you mentioned something interesting earlier, Bruce, in terms of taxes. Is that something that people consider, when structuring their retirement plans, especially that conversation where now we're talking about a withdrawal? I'd be interested to see, are the parents, like the one closest to retirement, are they the ones pushing for the withdrawal more? Or is the child, me now, the sandwich generation guy, saying, Mom, I think we need to draw something here from your pension.
You could always
and I'll cover it later.
No, you could take her for a drive and bump her off the edge of the cliff.
Exactly.
That is a problem, you see, as well. I mean, it seriously is a problem. We've had cases like that in South Africa. So it's very difficult to assess. I mean, that's why the conversation has to take place over a long time. I mean, a lot of people won't tell their children about how much money they've got or haven't got. They might have a fairly good idea, but they don't know how much debt they've got and all those sort of things. And that's why that conversation has to grow. And tax is an incredibly important part about it. I mean, I think this whole session today is so important because it covers so many bases. I mean, if you look at my book and see how thick the book is, and we don't cover everything, but we cover a hell of a lot, it just shows you how many different things are involved in this. And tax estate planning, all those things, and everybody, again, is different. So you need proper advice. And if you don't get that proper advice, you are going to go wrong. I mean, even listening to the debate this morning, I suddenly thought, I think maybe I should set up a testamentary trust for my grandchildren. And I'd never thought of it, and what I'm going to do is go back and change my will and set up a testamentary trust for my grandchildren.
Yeah. Speaking of wills, are people, what are some of those, are people having those conversations? I don't know if it's an easy one where, you with your kids, for example, to have the discussion about
I think
what's in your will. Because it's supposed to be a surprise.
Yeah.
Look,
You know what I mean?
It shouldn't though.
It's a surprise.
It should not be.
We all come and sit
No, it should
around
not
the
be.
table and they say, boy, you get nothing.
But the main thing is,
like when you watch Generations,
a lot
then
of
it's like,
people,
who's
Horace,
getting the combine?
a lot of people assume wills are only for rich people. If you had to ask everyone here, I bet you 90% would not have a will because they assume it's only for rich and super rich people.
Is that true? Does everyone have a will, yeah? Nah, they're saying yes. They want to look cool to other people.
Yeah, they want to look cool.
Carry on, Tip.
But the main thing is, a will sets down a lot of your instructions. Outside of the monies, how you want to be buried, what happens in the event of you being in a hospital, what do you call this?
When you, incapacitated.
Incapacitated.
Or dementia. Like
Dementia,
you mentioned earlier.
So it sets out a lot of different things that you can then say beforehand. And you were speaking about the fact that when we then sit down after
Power
the
of
fact,
attorney,
power of
sorry,
attorney,
yeah.
when we then sit down at the table after, I then start hating my brother or my sister because now these things have been allocated differently. The money.
And I knew nothing of it
Correct.
until today.
So let me tell you something. I firmly believe these conversations need to be above board. People need to speak about these things. Another thing, people need to nominate beneficiaries on their pension funds. Because a lot of people, I trust you me when we do this research, especially within Momentum, and I promise you, even outside, it's the same. About 40% of people have not nominated a beneficiary. And a beneficiary nomination just makes sure that monies reach a person in the shortest possible time. Because the main thing here is that you're working for this money. It's not free money, it's not a benefit. It's not like me giving you a bottle of water, At the end of the day, you're working for this money. You need to then make sure that all of these monies that you've saved, whether it's in pension funds and anything that you've accumulated as an asset, gets allocated correctly and paid out in the shortest possible time.
You don't want to wait.
So wills, beneficiary nominations, just makes the whole administration process much smoother. And that's what you want. When you're dead, Waras, you want your kids to get this money quick.
When I'm dead, I'm dead.
Good.
No, but you're right. Yeah.
Can I just add one thing? I've got a better plan.
Yes.
I've worked out how to die with a little bit of death and leave it to my children.
To sort out your absence.
I'm just going to work out
Yeah.
which day I'm going to die on, that's all.
Yeah. What are some of the mistakes then that people are making when it comes to, financial planning for that purpose, for that reason?
Look,
Where are people going wrong?
A lot of people want to postpone. We want to procrastinate. I'll do this when I get a raise. I'll do this next year.
When
I'll
I
do
get
this-
my bonus.
I'll get my bonus. And when you get the bonus, you then spend on something else. So the main thing here and the drive that we want to land is the fact that you need to start right now. We spoke about financial advisors. The biggest myth is that these people are crooks, yada yada, fish paste, and.
Well, not at Momentum.
No, but all across the board. All across the board in our is the fact that these are highly trained individuals. Ne? And the one thing people will, when you speak about financial advice, they will then say, but he wants to charge me. But when you go to a doctor, the doctor charges you. When you go to a lawyer, the lawyer charges you.
Any professional.
Any profession. So in as much as people will want to then thumb suck all this type of planning, this is a person that deals with this on a daily basis. Tax, estate planning, these are complex things. I work for Momentum, and certain of these things I don't even know myself. So that's why then you go to someone and get proper advice and pay, And the better a financial advisor is, perhaps the more they'll charge you. But that's what you get. A better doctor charges you more. You know what I mean? So the thing is with this is that you don't need to procrastinate this thing. You don't need to start with 10,000 Rand. You can start with 100 Rand. You can start, I'm very practical in my advice. In the sense, start like putting away 100 Rand via debit order. Because people then say, but I don't have enough money. As soon as I pay whatever, just maybe automate your stuff. Debit orders, lay-bys, old school methods of doing things. Because people want to live in this new age way of doing things. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, it's very simple. People will ask me, for example, what app can I use for budgeting? There are many different apps. But old school paper and pen is just as simple. You put your expenses, you put your income, and if you've got more income at the end of the month, you're doing good. So
But
all of these...
it's not an excuse to then waste that income.
You know what I mean?
At the Shisanya.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's now time, for example, to reduce that debt. Debt is not something that we should say it's normal. It's not normal to be in debt. Some people are paying 27% every single month on credit cards and overdrafts. That's ridiculous, you know? So reduce that debt. You know, I spoke to a client the other day, and they say they've got an investment. The investment is doing probably 6%, and they've got debt to wazoo. My advice to him was like, I'm not saying it's not good to have an investment, but rather reduce this debt, because you're paying more for the debt than you're getting for the investment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
And over time, that's just
and in
gonna-
as much as, you know, people will say, oh no, I've got an investment, but every single month you're withdrawing.
Or
You know what I mean?
they're working with a forex trader. That's not an investment.
That's true.
Yes.
But
I know those people personally. So.
But you know, I think time is almost done. But just to go back to the fact that
Don't worry, my brother. I'm in charge.
You're
We
in
are
charge.
extending the session.
it is just
Lock the door there.
it's simply discipline. And I know that this bores people all the time. It's the most boring conversation when you say to a person, it needs to start with discipline.
It's not boring, my brother.
It
Are you guys
is.
bored?
No, but when you say to a person, like, start off small, discipline, cut down the fats,
Yeah.
that's
Nobody
literally
wants to.
where
It's like Edmund.
that's literally where the magic happens. There's no magic pill. Anyone who says to you, I can do something for you overnight, they BSing you, if I may use that word, you know?
Not in this forum, sir.
No, but not the full word. But the main thing is, it takes time. Reducing the debt, saving for retirement takes time.
Yeah.
It is not over time. It's not overnight. Sorry, it does take time. You need to actually put concerted effort over time.
Yes.
It needs to be part of the habits that you have. It's almost like brushing your teeth every day. You know that every single month I must put away this amount of money.
And
Yeah.
forget about it. Yeah.
Correct.
Bruce, in 45 years, you know, since you first started writing books, let's say, what are some of the mistakes that you still see people making, despite the fact that all this knowledge is out there and you've done your level best to educate them on the subject?
Well,
here we are in 2025.
Not much. I mean, people still don't sign rules, they don't get advice. All the things that have just been spelt out. I mean, all those things are still there. I mean, the fact that people don't sign rules is absolutely beyond me. You know, you often see stories about sportsmen who've died or something. They've got nothing. And
Yes.
people are trying to raise money for the families. I mean, if you look
Despite
at
the fact that they were once earning in the top
yeah.
income bracket. Yeah.
And if you look at ASISA, the industry regulators, have just come out with a further study about how underinsured South Africans are, and particularly on critical assurance, which is going on next door. And it's a very, very serious problem. I think more people are becoming aware of retirement funds and things, but whether they're contributing more is another thing. I mean, I was in a queue the other day, and a guy was buying Coke and chips, about 3 bottles of Coke and a pile of chips. How was he paying for it? On the budget section of his credit card.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know,
Not for snacks.
yeah, and I mean, did he need it? Not at all.
No, I see them in the club all the time, Bruce. They buy champagne on a Wednesday.
You know,
on the
Horace,
budget section of the Capitec card. It's not the one.
I just want to add something before maybe the time ends. No? You know, Bruce spoke about being underinsured. The one thing that I do want to empower people on is the fact that a lot of our parents, when they leave work, they've been insured all of these years. They've got life insurances, funeral covers, and. I'll tell you about myself. At some point when my mom started getting ill, I literally had a point to say, you know what, Ma, what were you paying?
Yes.
What were you paying? Because you've been paying for 40 years for these things. And then now for 4 or 5 months, they get lapsed. And because now she's ill, she can't now be reinsured again. You get me?
Yeah.
So the main thing is speak to your parents and understand what they're paying. So that in the event that they start getting dementia or very ill, you then know that I need to then take care of this thing. Because they've been paid, like, can you imagine, 40 years of paying an insurance.
For to lapse in 5 months.
You know what I mean? And they will not be reinsured because they've got all of these illnesses and they're old at that point. So please make sure you, yeah, that's something very important. And it happens a lot. I see this on a day-to-day basis where clients will say, my mom lost her insurance because it lapsed. She was in hospital for 6 months, and I mean, that's ridiculous. So let's rather that's why I say, let's start having these conversations.
Early.
Like
Now.
these are conversations, you know, a lot of us, maybe African and stuff like that, we don't speak like that with our parents, you know?
Well,
our
have you
parents will
tried?
tell you, look, right now I've started speaking to my mom like that.
Yeah.
But it's been a very difficult thing to change her mindset. It's always been, I am the parent, you the child.
Yeah.
You don't know what I pay and.
Ungazongitshela.
You know? So, but yeah, it's very important though.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tsepo and Bruce, a round of applause. Please. We have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 there. And we'll be taking questions. If you have any questions, please feel free. Yes, your hand went up first. Hey, first in class. Teacher's pet.
She wants the book, eh?
She wants the book. Yes. There's a mic coming to you.
Okay.
Yes, I am single. My God. We are here to talk about retirement.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. We will have a conversation after the session. My question is on...
I'm also single.
Age before beauty.
My question is on behavioral finance. I think most people that approach financial advisors as financial coaches, they come from backgrounds where it's a general trend to resign to buy a new car, as you've said, to take your two-pod for emergencies and everything. How do you, as a financial coach or someone who's dealt with people, approach such a conversation with someone to try and steer them away from falling into the same trap that everyone did?
I won't lie, it's very difficult. When you change behavior, it takes a bit of time. But look, it's frank conversations. At the end of the day, you just need to have a frank conversation, explain to them the importance of not withdrawing these funds, paint the picture, because people only are very myopic with regards to their finances. They don't see the bigger picture. So what I tend to do is to actually paint the picture to say what you do right now will bite you later on. So yeah, but it's difficult though, very difficult.
Switch on there.
Perfect. Hi, guys.
Hi.
One of the things I want to touch on is we obviously exist in a very complex country, right? So you're talking about the sandwich generation. On one hand, we have go-go's literally raising 4 or 5 kids on their income, having to work longer. On the other hand, we have 66% of households are women and single income. So it's amazing to say all of these things, but what happens when you are that one who is sandwiched? Your sister made choices, left babies at your mum. Your mum wasn't prepared for retirement. There was no home ownership. There isn't any luxury she's been doing. She's been living hand to mouth this entire time. Is there something you can do to better her for retirement, but to also protect yourself for the future of investment? Because often, more than not, we all recognize the burden of black tax in our country. I know I don't sound like I have black tax. Oh, look at, but the other side. But what we always say is because you get this amazing advice, and sometimes you do follow it, but those emergencies become the people in your community. And the reality is, we've had it recently. An elderly auntie gets sick, she doesn't have medical aid, we have to go in and find the money and pay those bills because you're not trying to lose someone. The reality is your parents are going to retire and they become yours. One, to keep day to day and to prepare them for that future. Those kids that get left behind, they become your long-term responsibility. So one of the key questions I have is, in adverse situations, how do you better for retirement for yourself and those you need to take care of?
Please. Yeah. Give her the book already, yeah?
This is why it's so important to start these conversations from early on. And it's not just a conversation about what the situation is today. It's to take the bad and the good into account in the future and say, what would we do if you had dementia? What would we do if you were run over by a bus? What would we do if I was run over by a bus? You need to have all those sort of conversations over a long period. And I think that when you start something, I know it's difficult, it gets better and better as you start discussing it. It'll become easier and easier.
We've got 2 questions from our online audience.
This has been a fire session.
Guys, this is Zimasa. He's my friend in real life. Eh? I'm not sure if you've seen him around, but he's also single.
We've got 2 quick questions, quick fire. Utoliswa Konyane is asking, do people who have retirement benefits, do they qualify for old age grant as well? That's the one question. And then the other one is from Ritumeti, and she's asking, is the amount in your pension fund transparent to you, and can you borrow from it like a life cover? So those are 2 questions.
Let me take the second question, if I may. It's a simple no. You can't borrow from your pension fund. It's ring-fenced. It's there for your pension when you get old to take care of you. So, yeah, you can't borrow from it. I.e., the 2-pot allows you to withdraw, but it's not like a loan. You are literally taken away. But you can't actually go in and out at will. Yeah.
And then just that other one was, do people who have retirement benefits qualify for old age grant as well?
No, there's a means test. And if you fall within that means test, what used to happen was people in provident funds used to take, particularly in low income areas, would take that money, spend it on something, and then draw the state pension. Now, that won't happen. I mean, this is one of the big targets of National Treasury, to stop people drawing those pensions.
So they draw the pension and then come across to SASSA.
So then that means test will apply. So there's a mean test on income and as well as on assets earned.
Okay.
So no one here will qualify for SASSA.
Yeah. So thanks for the question, but
so
wrong crowd. So, yes, you may ask the last question. I know, you must have a microphone. You're moving with a Kabzela voice. Voice.
Thank you very much. It's, yeah.
This guy doesn't have a question. He just wanted us to hear his voice.
It's not an AI-generated question. So, the financial advisor. Yeah, man, why is the soccer players in Zanzibar they are falling short? We don't have the billboards in the soccer stadium follow up on that issue. So, yeah, to avoid the shocks and the aftershocks with the double-decker conundrum in South Africa, we understand Uguti. So, do I have to have a bowl or continue paying the rates? Do I have to buy that solar system panels, or do I have to keep on paying that electricity rate? Yeah, and the last one maybe by chance.
Is this one question or many questions?
If it's
yeah, do we sell that company or do we hand it over to the next generation as a net fixing generation? Thank you very much.
I couldn't hear it.
I didn't hear a thing, I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm a soccer player,
but he's looking at me.
Did you hear the question?
I got if it's mana what's that? I'm a soccer player. Okay, yeah, like so people in the entertainment industry, sports stars, you know, people who have a high earning propensity early on.
I can answer that. I've actually got a friend who's a sports, what do you call a sports agent? Yeah, sports agent. They do try. Like he literally works for the soccer teams. He's got like a couple of soccer players in his books. Yeah? They've tried and tried and tried, but apparently these boys do not want to take up life insurances, and they want to live for now. So they want to buy the latest Vrpas and go with Waras and spend 10,000s at clubs and stuff like that. But they keep on trying, and I've been told also with the different clubs, the 3 main clubs, the 3 top clubs, they actually have monthly classes for those boys to try and push them towards that.
And that's been a problem for a long time. I mean, I think.
But also to go back to who others can then answer the celebrities, ne? The DJs and the whatnots, they should be taking out RAs. So at the end of the day, they should be taking out RAs and putting away money on the side, you know? So look, at the end of the day, okay, we need to wrap up.
We are
I've
wrapping,
wrapped.
Commander. Yeah.
I've wrapped.
Yes.
Can I just add
Yes,
one
please,
thing?
please.
My son, who's an actuary, at one stage was doing a job for another financial services company, so I won't mention it.
The one will not be named.
Yeah, and he was giving advice to sportsmen about how they should invest and what they should be doing to try and keep them on the straight and narrow. Because a lot of sportsmen were spending way out of line.
There's a thing about money. I think when you get lots of it very quickly, it makes you a bit mad. So that's what we see, unfortunately, in entertainment and sports. But now they're making us rap. I lied. I'm not actually in charge. However, we are still around. We'll have a second session later on. And please feel free if anybody would like to chat to us outside, you're welcome. I think we're going to the young lady that asked the first question. You are the runner-up. To the lady over there, you win the book. Ma'am, you get the consolation prize, you get Bruce's number.
Thank you.
The Science of Success Retirement Masterclass hosted by Waras. What an absolutely bonkers session. It was super exciting. I just want to take you quickly to the leaderboard. Currently on the leaderboard of interactions, engagement, and everything that is part of the platform, and for the people who are focused, I've got Trisha, who is on 1,305 points. She's first. I've got Sandra Dinga, who is second on 1,270 points. I've got Refueling Malope, who's on 1,245 points. Then I've got MomentumZA Randara on 1,170 points. I'm getting close to telling you what prize you're going to be winning for the highest engagement, for the highest focus. Now, we've just had an amazing session talking about retirement, talking about all things retirement, pensions, etc. Your questions have been so invaluable. Obviously, if you're watching and you're focused, you would have seen that I've taken your questions into the session, and I was able to get them to the panel to answer you. We're now taking a very short, I mean literally very short break. Call it a refuel. Wait, leaderboard just changed. Trisha's got 1,455 points. There's a tie for second. MomentumZA and Refueling are on 1,400, I think, each. And yeah, a lot's going on. But let's take a quick refueling break and let's join each other for the next session, where it's going to be on the science of success relative to wealth. You don't want to miss this one. We've got Ilana Africa who's moderating, Ilana Africa Breda, sorry. We've got Zamazulu, who is our voice of the industry, and we've got Johan Mini, who is the voice of Momentum. I'll catch you there. Don't go far. We're starting in like 5 minutes. Wow, we are having such an amazing time at the Momentum Science of Success Festival Season 7. I've got people coming up to me saying, listen, we want the money. I said, the money is inside, my brother. It's inside the next session. And that next session is with Ilana Africa. We're talking the science of success when it comes to wealth. I've got Ilana Africa, Brieda Kamp, who is the moderator. We've got Zama Zulu, who is the voice of the industry. Remember, we always got to have a voice of the industry. Then we've got the voice of Momentum, who's going to be Johan Mini. They're going to be talking wealth. You don't want to miss this. Keep your comments, your chats, your questions coming. I'm going to be taking them into the session, and I'll get the experts to answer your questions. Now, lastly, before we jump in, one final one from the leaderboard. Let me just tell you the leaderboard, how it's looking. I've got Trisha at number 1, 1,600 points. I've got Refueling Malope at 1,550 points. I've got Sandra Dinga at 1,420 points. I've got Merlisa Lorenzen at 1,375 points. Keep your comments coming. I'm going to soon now tell you what you stand to win by commenting and being with us. Let's go to the session. I'll meet you there. Cheers.
Pulling teeth, people, getting people back in the room. I do want to give it another minute maximum without just to give people who are still lingering an opportunity. But I think what we'll do is that if in a minute we still have a largely empty room, we keep going, right? We've got people online who are ready and waiting and are interested in the conversation. And I think people in the physical space might be tired, might be engaging, might be frying already. So we'll just give it just a couple of seconds, 30 seconds at most, and then we'll get into it. All right, so here's the thing. So remember that we're repeating these master classes. So I would imagine that all of you were in the wealth master class. And there are a couple of things that could be happening. Either we've lost people, or some people think if they go to the wealth master class twice, they get to create the wealth faster. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's happening. But nonetheless, it doesn't matter whether there's 5 of us or 50,000 of us. I think this is an incredibly complex but incredibly important conversation that we're going to try and simplify with the experts that we have. I don't know if you guys could hear us when you were in the Wealth Masterclass, but we made a crap load of noise this side because we were trying to outcompete you guys and make sure that you guys could hear how fun this conversation was. So I'm sad that you couldn't hear that, but the only thing that you can then help me with is at least make the people outside feel like they're missing out on something, right? So let me start here. I want to first just introduce the 2 people I'm going to be in conversation with. I'm starting with Keitumetsi Sesana. She's the Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the South African Institute of Taxation. Now, it's a big, chunky title, but the most important thing is that she comes into this conversation with both a legal perspective and a financial perspective. So you'll hear her legalese every now and then, and when she does, we always remind her, say, no, it's a bit higher grade, come back, standard graded for us so that we can stay with you. But we have the benefit of hearing from her. But we also know that she's such a well-known voice in the media when it comes to commentary around South African tax, even outside of the South African borders, really commenting on what we're seeing in terms of tax regimes across the continent and the world. So we're really happy to have her. And now we're going to pretend like there's 5,000 of us in here and give her a really big round of applause. It's a scary relationship that we have with SARS. It's not a warm and friendly, seamless relationship. And maybe that's where I'd like you to start us. How do we just reframe that and reimagine?
Exactly what is
I'm a new client. I come and see you. I want to know about money matters. And I want to know the biggest misconceptions about people and money. What would you say to me?
I guess my first question to you is, have you accumulated wealth, or are you in the process of accumulating wealth? So that's going to be important. To the point of your relationship with money, I think that is very important, Ilana. So we can have a discussion. It can be a serious discussion, similar to the discussion you're going to have with your dietitian or your personal coach, at gym. When we finish the discussion, you walk out of the door. What is going to be your relationship with money? And I sat with a financial coach the other day, and I just asked him the question. He said, money is like a marriage, so what is your relationship with your spouse? If money is your spouse, what is the spouse going to say to you? How are you treating your spouse if that spouse is money? So I think the psychology of that's quite important, because otherwise you will not necessarily have the discipline to do what you need to do, whether that's the preservation of it or the accumulation of it.
I like the relationship with money and I'm married to my money. Spouse. Hey, wallet. Interesting, right? So it's a mindset change. It's a mindset change of how do I treat, our relationship with money, could it be how we grew up? Like our upbringing?
Of course.
Yeah, definitely. So, for example, if you grew up with nothing and you make money, you either go one of two ways. Maybe there's a middle ground as well, but the two extremes are you either become a hoarder, a Scrooge. You become a bit of a Scrooge. You just don't want to spend money on anything because you fear that if you do, you might overdo it and you end up going back to where you had come from. So there's that fear element. The other extreme is you spend like there's no tomorrow. Because you think you've just got so much money at your disposal, you just spend, you go crazy. And then, you've got those people who might be somewhere in between. So I think your upbringing makes a big difference. I mean, if you grew up in a household where you didn't really discuss money, you are not taught how to look after money, how to make money and how to look after it and how to grow it and make it work for you. That can also have an implication on how you deal with money as you get older.
I immediately think of how we've made money or we're earning, but we still have the habits and behavior than when we didn't have any at all. Like I think of just some of us, and I'm not referring to you necessarily, we're earning money, but instead of, body wash, we still wash with soap, Because that's what we know,
That's true.
Is that right or wrong? Do we change our behavior because we now have a little bit more? Or do we change our behavior because we now have less?
I think it goes both ways. So you mentioned the Scrooges, so they accumulate a lot of money, way too much for themselves. And instead of starting to live it and to enjoy it with people that they love, it's just accumulation of more and more and more. I also think that money gets passed on over generations, and because South Africa is a young country, and we have a young democracy and a fairly young economy, we have a very different view of money versus if you go to Europe, for instance. I mean, money's been there for ages. And it's difficult to grasp that comprehension. When you look at old money, the respect towards old money is very different to new money. So there's nothing wrong with spending it. There's most probably nothing wrong with preserving it and growing it. It is a personal choice. And often you say, well, who's going to help you make that choice? And I think therein lies the answer.
I must ask you, Johan, because it's something that you mentioned earlier. We talked about how we are extremely blessed, privileged, because we are working, which means money is coming in. We are earning. And it's not like that usually. So the fact that we're working is wonderful. And that when you go to a financial advisor, is it when you have lots of money? Is it when you have a little bit? Is it when you want to make money?
Look, I think there's no right answer, okay, other than to say it can be today or tomorrow. But it shouldn't be next week or the week after that. Okay, as early as possible, engage with a financial advisor, financial coach of some sort. And the simple reason for that is it gives you a better chance. All the research across the world has shown this, Ilana. I mean, whether you like a financial advisor or not is almost irrelevant. They will help you and assist you to live a better tomorrow. It's a fact. And it's not just in South Africa, it's factual across the world. Whether it's a third world country or a first world country, it is just the way it is. Globally, financial advisors that help their clients add 7 times more wealth to their client's portfolio. In South Africa, it's almost 10 times more, for whatever reason. So the choice is yours. Now, the simple fact of the matter is it's a momentum study that was done. It's fairly new. only 9% of South Africans have a registered financial advisor. So 91% are losing out.
Where's the others that decide at home what we do?
It is mostly themselves.
Right.
You know, I mean, earlier we heard, you know, Tanya saying that she's never Googled her disease. You know, it can be Google, good, bad, or ugly. It's the choice is yours to decide. It's, you know, it's the wealthy uncle, or maybe not so wealthy. It's your brother, your sister, your dad, you know, your best friend. None of them are professional financial advisors.
Right.
In our industry, I've been in the industry, I see Bruce is sitting in the front, been for many, many years. This industry has really evolved into a profession versus, you know, what we used to just know as a sales profession.
Who wants to make money? Okay. We are ready. Soon we'll share, if you just joined us online, soon we're going to share the principles. Zama has prepared something really beautiful for us. I've also asked Johan to bring some notes from his office. But first, I want to know, okay, at which point does my money start working for me?
As early as possible, if I can go.
Definitely.
What do I do?
You start investing, even if you feel you don't. I think the problem is some people believe that they need to make a lot of money before they start investing. And that isn't true. The earlier you start, so even when you're in your early 20s, your first job, you should immediately start investing, because the earlier you start, the better off you are with time. Because with time, you've got a longer period of time to start compounding your returns, and those become substantial down the line. So don't feel that you need to delay, because that's where you're going to have problems. The earlier, the better.
Yeah, I want to add to that. I mean, so, you know, the audience looks sort of, maybe they will catch this one. How many of you know the piggy bank? Exactly. You know, the piggy bank was the best thing, because all the change went into the piggy bank once a year, maybe twice a year, went to the bank and saved. There's no piggy bank anymore. Okay, the change goes where? It just sits in the credit card. So that habit of saving from a young age, where, you know, whose piggy can become full the earliest, you know. So there's none of that. There's no competition amongst the kids and the mother and the father to
Or
get
even against self.
Oh, self, exactly. So the earliest as possible, you can start to save money.
We are ordinary people who are extraordinary. I mean, look at us. We want ordinary ways of how I can start saving. So I want to start today. Johan.
Look, I think the first thing is you decide how much you want to spend, and then double it. All right? Okay. Then double that, and then find a vehicle. If you go and scroll the internet, see if you can find something that takes you through a decision tree, determine what your risk profile is, okay? If you get stuck, which most probably you will, because it's quite daunting, you're going to get into all technicalities, etc., then get in touch with a financial advisor. Start with 200 Rand a month, 400 Rand, 500. If you say 500, on the way to the financial advisor, double it to 1,000. You will forever say thank you.
You mentioned the coffee analogy earlier. And I just want to say, Zama, now this time of the year, you know, the kids are taking out the Christmas lists. You know, Father Christmas, hey, he's busy.
Too busy. Yeah, so I'm sure a number of you in the audience love your coffee. Yeah. So some of you might not like what I'm about to tell you. I know Dr. Michael Moll, in the earlier session on critical illness, said, you know, all the benefits about coffee, but you're talking about plain black coffee, right? Not cappuccinos, lattes, the like. Anyway, so the coffee analogy that I thought I'd share with you is, for those of you who do drink coffee, let's say you're drinking 2 coffees a day. Maybe one coffee is costing you close to about 50 bucks. You're spending 100 Rand a day. If you are buying 2 coffees a day for the 5 days of the working week, you're spending, you know, 500 bucks. In a month, it's already 2 grand that you've already spent on coffee. Now, if you just decided to I'm not saying stop buying your coffee, but instead of having 2 coffees a day, you have 1 coffee a day. You've got that extra 1,000 Rand. What could you be doing with that? You could be saving that. So this might seem quite a frivolous example, but it just shows that if we can change small things in our spending patterns, those things can accumulate to something quite phenomenal down the line when we start being very focused and disciplined and we start saving. So every little bit does count.
How else can our money work for us? So is investing the only way? I love the piggy bank. I actually want to go and get a piggy bank because I just think of all the change lying around the house. But is investing the only way that we can make our money work? Are there other routes for my money to multiply, our money?
Look, I think for most people, the discipline of putting money away is the first step. Now the question is in which vehicle you want to do that. And I think that's, again, a little bit personal. If you have a tax problem, maybe you want to think about the retirement annuity. But one of the best ways is if you have debt and you have a home loan, is the home loan. But then you have to have the discipline not to go and save and then withdraw. Okay, so take away the access bond and just simply pay off earlier. It is most probably the most effective way. It's visible, you can see it, and it has a compounding effect. And then let your money start to work for you. So once it's paid off, maybe you started off with a flat. Once it's paid off, then you can rent it out. That means when you sleep, somebody else is earning you an income, and then maybe you take a second bond against that house or that flat, and so you start to build something that works for you, other than your income. So it's not just investing into a retirement annuity or savings plan or a unit trust. There are various and different ways.
When I hear investing, this is just my language, I think of traps. I don't want to part with my money because we're afraid to trust people with our money. What are some of the traps that are out there? What are we looking for? And I'm moving into investment still, but offshore, because I know that this is something that you enjoy. Let's go to traps first.
Okay, sure. All right, so I think one of the most important principles when it comes to investing is if you feel that something sounds too good to be true, it most probably is. And this has nothing to do with how much money you have, because we've seen quite wealthy people who've fallen into Ponzi schemes, become victims of these various Ponzi schemes that may exist, and they lose the money. So if something just seems a bit too good to be true, your research, if you need to chat to your financial advisor about it, just to double check a couple of things, please do that before you start committing your funds, because you could be committing funds into some sort of scheme that's going to go pear-shaped. It's fine. I can park it there. So for me, I think that's one of the biggest money traps out there is if something is too good to be true, it usually is. Maybe don't invest into it. Look for something else.
Johan?
Yeah, look, and I think it sounds so obvious for us, but it's not so obvious for the average person. And life in financial services is around fear and greed. Fear on the one hand, what happens if I lose out? What happens if I die or become disabled? On the other hand, it's like cosmetics is all about hope. This is about fear and greed, and so greed is often the root cause of people falling for a Ponzi scheme. So we shouldn't think that it's not going to happen with clever people with wealth accumulation and so forth. It will, and we've seen it many times. But there's also the enemies that are not so obvious. And again, that then goes to things like, I live in hope, and I think I have a chance, therefore I'm betting some of my income through sports betting, Hollywood bets, and it is a crisis almost in South Africa at this point in time, where people are spending money with the hope of making. But there's really not, too many cases of people making a lot. Obviously that gets splashed all over the place. However, and we've seen it often, Ilana, those instant millionaires, normally within 3 to 4 years, have lost most of the money in any case. And then there's just the spending, normal spending through online shops. Timo is one of them. I mean,
Johan. Johan. You know what?
buying stuff that you don't really need, but because you get a 60% discount, I have to have it.
They told me
It's a money
70%
trap.
the other day. That wheel was
70%.
turning.
It's a money trap, I tell you now. Don't do it. You don't need it. Don't spend the money, rather save it.
So you just said it without saying it, but that you're talking about focus.
Yeah.
You're talking about focus because you know how many times glass of wine and we are scrolling that phone, you know?
Focus and discipline not to do it, you know. It's an addiction. And you have to get addicted to the good habits, not the bad ones.
Sure.
And that's why often you need a coach. It can be your spouse, it can be your financial advisor, it can be your uncle, but they have to be on the same page and the vision should be the same.
Our husband should say no, so no, not them. Okay. So a coach or a financial advisor, this is really good advice. I know that you have a passion for investing, and I want to ask about offshore investments. So unfortunately, I now am leading out of traps into offshore, but just explain to us what it means and if it's a good option for our money, if we have a little bit to save.
Oh, for sure. So I think the reality is that I don't think most people are aware that if all your investments are in South Africa is only 1% of the total world's economy. So if you think about that, why would you place all your investments in a 1%? It actually just doesn't make sense. You need to think about diversifying your assets elsewhere and outside South Africa. Obviously, there are multiple ways of doing it. Sometimes, for those who want to utilize their offshore allowance, you can now externalize up to 10 million rand per year, or you can use your non-discretionary allowance, which allows you to take up to 1 million without necessarily getting SARS clearance. So there are different ways. Or if you don't want to externalize your hard currency per se, you can invest in a rand-denominated offshore investment vehicle that still affords you the exposure that you require. So I think for individuals who are looking to diversify their asset base, investing offshore is definitely something to consider, but I'd also do it responsibly. And I think this is where a financial advisor comes in, because you need to also understand the implications of having investments outside South Africa in the event of your death. So that would need to be taken care of through a trust, for example. If you've got a trust, make sure that it's part of your will and you've discussed with your financial advisor what are the implications of that offshore investment. And I think the earlier you start, so it's not just about investing offshore as an adult. I'll use an example with my daughter. When she was about to turn 6 years old, she wanted a PlayStation for her 6th birthday. I didn't know how much a PlayStation costs until I did my research, like, whew, 10 grand, okay, this is a bit excessive. And I said to her, how about, instead of buying the PlayStation, because I knew she would lose interest in it very soon thereafter, how about we allocate that to your offshore investment? And she actually didn't know what that was. So she asked me, so what is offshore investing? What's an offshore investment? So then I started educating the 6-year-old about investing your money offshore. And then she said to me, but what can I do with this money? And I said, well, maybe when you're older, you can use it as part of your deposit for a house. Maybe you could buy a car. She said, oh, will I be able to afford to buy a Lamborghini? So I think it's important for us to also educate our children as well about these types of vehicles that exist.
Speaking about vehicles, Johan, I'm a young person and I've just earned my first salary. And what I'm getting to is when you're in a position where you're starting on zero, you're either out of school, now you need to start, or, like in most of our cases, we are supporting another household. My household is not the only household that I'm earning for. I need to take care of a parent, an aunt, or people that are living in my household. Let's start with the family first. How do I even start investing or making money when I've got so many expenses and I'm looking after everybody?
Yeah, look, the sandwich generation. It's very, very difficult. And I think that the examples that Zama used is where you start. If you look at your paycheck, it's most probably after very hard work, long hours in the library, getting through all the exams, and you're earning for the first time, most probably of the extended family, something that is out of the ordinary. The very first thing you want to do is to award yourself. I mean, why not? And I think that you should, right? But it's what you do and how you go from there onwards. So do a budget. So many young people don't do a budget, they just spend, right? And it's cool to spend, but do a budget and see what you're gonna spend your money on, where you're gonna spend it and how much. So I think, put the family there, and also help the family to be responsible in that regard, because family will spend your money for you. That's also true, all right? That's a fact. And then decide how you're going to spend. So when you fall in the trap of 3 cappuccinos a day, and you're looking for money to put away for yourself, that's when you do exactly that. You say, okay, well, that's $120. I'm going to take 1 cappuccino a day, and I'm going to save 80 rand. Now, 80 rand over 30 days, that's a pretty penny. And in many instances, you're going to be on such a high that you won't do that. Because, life is good. It's rose petals all over. You're going to meet a lot of people. You're going to go off to work. You're going to have a good time. So that is exactly when you need a financial coach to make and help you to be financially responsible. And I'll tell you why, Ilana, is if you do it right, and let's take hypothetically you're going to earn 50,000 rand. After tax, that's going to give you about 36,000. So let's say family responsibility is 6,000. Then you're left with 30,000. You don't have expenses. It's going to be yourself and you and I. And then you can easily go and buy, if you're a man like me, a nice car. Why? Because I earned it. And I can afford it. All right? And then I can show it off. And there's nothing wrong with it, because that's a manly thing to do. And if you're a woman, you can tell me what women do when they have, extra cash and so forth.
Nice hair.
Retail therapy, most probably. But instead of spending 20,000 rand a month on the car, including insurance and everything else, buy yourself a decent, nice car. Instead of, the latest Q5 or whatever, get a T-Cross. It's a cool car. Or the BMW Q3 or M3 or whatever. Okay, get a T-Cross. That's also a cool car. And then you take that 12,000 rand a month and you invest it, and you should get between 10 and 12% if you invest it through a financial advisor with a good portfolio. In 5 years' time, you'll have a car, and you'll have R1 million in your bank account. You'll be a millionaire. Now, how's that?
So, interesting response from our audience. Some clapped, and I just saw someone roll their eyes. So quickly while I have your attention, because this clock and this timer goes too quickly. We are having too much fun. Sama, I want to hear those principles because you've got it. Black Friday is coming up.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you know that I wanted to make a purchase today, and the lady actually said, shh, Black Friday is coming up. She postponed my purchase because she knew that as a consumer, I might spend more later this month. Advice for all of us quickly, practical advice.
All right, okay, so I've got 3 principles to share with you about building wealth. Principle number 1, be humble and frugal as much as you can. We've discussed the point around knowing your expenses, trying to figure out where you can cut expenses where possible, and also try not to compare yourself to your neighbors or your friends. Be careful of what you see on social media, because I think that sense of FOMO can be a problem that can end up forcing you to spend money that you actually do not have. So be careful of that. Principle number 2 is be focused but not complacent. So, and I think, being focused is a constant theme for this year's festival. So pay yourself first, for example. So as soon as you've received your paycheck at the end of the month, make sure that your debit orders that are going towards your pension and your RAs, if you've got RAs, all your discretionary investments, those come off your pay before all these other expenses. Pay yourself first. And then the third one is to ensure that whatever your wealth plan is, it has room for error or a margin of safety. And what I mean by that is make sure that you are covered. Whatever happens, life happens, curveballs get thrown at us in life. You could get divorced. I mean, that's what happened with me, for example. So when you go through a tragic event like that in your life, you don't want to be taken out. So make sure that you've got the necessary critical insurance, for example. It's interesting how so many of us focus more on preparing for our deaths by buying funeral policies, for example, but we're not thinking about how are we actually going to live down the line. We still want to have a very decent lifestyle, lead a decent lifestyle as we get older. So make sure that you've got the necessary critical insurance in place. If you need to diversify your portfolio, go for it. I mean, I mentioned offshore investing earlier. If you need to diversify your income stream, do so. Obviously, if you are employed, make sure that your employer has approved it, as we heard earlier this morning from Emma Sadlier. And then the other thing is make sure that you've got an emergency fund of sorts. So they usually say 3 to 6 months worth that can cover your expenses. Make sure that you are covered, because as I said earlier, anything can happen in life, and you don't want to be put in a very a strange place where you're now kind of stranded and you're all stressed. So those will be the three. Humility and frugality. Second one is being focused, not complacent. And the third one is make sure that your plan has room for error or margin of safety.
Sure. Johan, any of your thoughts that you want to bring in? I love the analogy of the cheaper vehicle. You know, in order to, one of the economists that I met once said to me, if there's 70% off, right, or you buy the smaller vehicle, it's only a saving if you take the rest, the difference, and you put it away. And I was like, I was going to spend it. You know? So, any last comments about that saving that we're trying to spend?
Yeah, look, I think, you know, if you talk to people that really has accumulated lots of wealth within South Africa or around the globe. So in South Africa, the simple fact is that the 10% of people really have more than 70% of the wealth in the country. They haven't, 10% of the population has accumulated more than 70% of the wealth. Right, so, and it didn't just happen, okay? There are certain principles that, you know, those people applied sometimes over generations, but again, we are a fairly young country, so it's not, you know, it's not hundreds and thousands of generations. We spoke about luck earlier today. Our keynote speaker spoke about luck, and that immediately took me to Gary Player that was hitting balls out of the bunker, and he hit the first one in, the second one in, the third one in, and somebody said to him, "Gee whiz, you're really lucky." And he said, "Well, the more I practice, the luckier I get." And I think money is the same, you know. So if you're looking for the luck, don't find it, you know, with the Ponzi schemes. Find it in discipline. And it's the discipline of doing the same thing on a regular basis every month. And somebody, it's similar to, you know, when you go to the gym and you're not that disciplined, if somebody's waiting for you, you're going to get up early and you're going to go there. Then you're going to do it as a team, they're going to help you, you're going to help them. So there's something about, you know, a partner, whether that's going to be a financial advisor, your coach, your husband, your wife, or whatever, but try to be disciplined in what you do. Start early. Compound interest, people that have a lot of wealth, they will say to you there's 2 things that made them wealthy. The first thing is time in the market, all right? Because if you have time in the market, then you go with a company through the ups and the downs. The second one is compound interest. So you need to start as early as possible that you have those 2 things working for you. But it starts with discipline and focus.
I don't know how, but we made good time. And so I sense that there's a question that we need to ask quickly. What do we do if we did it a little bit differently and we've got debt and we really want to get to a point of saving? There's all these promises, and as a broadcaster, we read these things on air all the time about how companies can save you out of debt and make your life so much better. Please help.
I think with debt, okay, so I would say prioritize paying your debt over investing, if that makes sense. Okay. So I'd say if you've got debt, before you even start investing, try and pay off that debt as soon as possible, particularly if it's high interest rate debt, like your credit cards, personal loans, store accounts, you know, because they do charge very high interest rates for that. Try and pay that off first, and then once you're covered there, then move into investing.
Yeah, I mean, I know again I sound like a broken record. You need somebody that needs to help you, right? So you can get out of it. And you can then, after that, start to accumulate wealth. And you can leave a better tomorrow for your children. But you have to start with something. If you keep doing the same things, Einstein said you will not get a different result. He's quite a clever dude, so I think we should listen to him. Right, so start with somebody that can help you with a budget. Understand, prioritize your expenses. Understand the stuff that you don't need. Do you really need DSTV? Do you really need this fancy car with high insurance? You may be, it's going to dent your ego, but it's going to create wealth for you. So I think it does start there. So have a plan and work the plan.
Sure. Johan Bini and Zama Zulu, let's give them a big round of applause. We weren't going to do this, but I'm going to take 2 questions. I'm breaking the rules quickly, right at the back. So you know what? Because we didn't plan for this, I'm going to bring my microphone to you. So I'm actually going to get up. You stay here.
Oh, there's one there.
Okay, this is wonderful. All right. Can we get a microphone to, is it a round circle? I'm going to come to you. Okay. Hi there, sir. How are you? To our online audience, I'm quickly running into the audience in order to run to me. I want to run to you.
Thank you. Zama, to your point about leaving room for error, I also just want to ask what you would say the most effective strategies would be for an individual to protect and grow their wealth against things like political uncertainty, currency volatility, and inflation.
Okay, so in terms of the inflation, it doesn't help if you invest in something that's too conservative, like cash, because cash seldom outperforms inflation over time. You need to take some risk, so going outside the cash realm in order to keep up with inflation, something with equity exposure. And then in terms of your question around political risk, currency movements, because we know how volatile our rand is. It's actually, I think, the most volatile currency in the world. That's why you need to have some offshore exposure, because that is one way that you can mitigate against the risk of political instability, currency movement. So I would say take on some bit of risk. And I think that's where your financial advisor can also assist you in determining what level of risk is appropriate for you and your financial plan and goals. And then secondly is having some international exposure in your portfolio to diversify.
Hi, everyone. My question is to Johan and to Zama. What are your top 3 sectors to invest in?
I'll leave that to you.
I must go first, Johan.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, just be careful of this one, because everything is always with the benefit of hindsight, right? So this year, had you invested in gold, you'd be smiling. But did you know that a year ago? Not necessarily. So yes, if you ask me that question now, I'd say yes. Had you been invested in gold? Fabulous. Had you been invested in South African bonds, you'd have done well as well. Property, South African property has done exceptionally well. And it's been doing well for the past 3 odd years. So with the benefit of hindsight, I would have said, if you'd had South African property, if you'd had gold, you would be smiling.
Okay, hi. I wanted to ask both of you guys, and you're looking great. My question is, I know that there is loopholes when it comes to money and everything, So I wanted to ask, because I have a mentor, and she advised me on something that is very strange. So she took money from the 2-pot system, right, which is very bad, and then she went and bought shares, right? And as you're mentioning, she bought shares on gold, and she's smiling now. And I was wondering, because we were having a retirement thing there in the 2-pot system, and the question that I want to ask, was it a smart move or a bad move? Because these loopholes are there, and we are afraid of taking those loopholes.
Do you want to answer that?
I'll give it a go. I mean, if she's a gold analyst and understand the next cycle of gold, I think it was a very smart move. Otherwise, there was most probably some form of research behind that. Otherwise, it was luck. So gold, even the most intelligent and clued up portfolio manager at this point in time cannot answer whether it's going to go to 6,000 or whether it's going to go back to 3,000 or 2.5 or 2,000. And also, how do you invest in gold? Is it in the share or is it in direct gold or whatever the case may be? So clearly it's worked. Most probably from an investment perspective strategy now, it is to start to hedge. To say, well, instead of just assuming that it's going to continue to grow, maybe you take some of your profits and you start to diversify. On the previous question, I just also like to say, if you have a lot of money, you can diversify and you can choose top three, what you think. The best alternative if you're still, like most of us, accumulating wealth, then nothing beats the market easily. So something like a Satric fund, the top 40 is most probably going to be your best bet. So, yeah.
Well, to our online audience, thank you so much. There was one question. Financial planner and a wealth planner, is it the same thing? Quickly, Johan, we are running out of time.
Yes or no? Yes or no? I would say no.
No. Okay, the answer is no. Audience, you have been fantastic. Thank you for your questions to those that have asked. Like I said, we ran out of time, and I just felt that we needed to do some questions. This has been our wealth session. Thank you so much to Zama and to Johan. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
We'll see you later. Don't forget to follow us online at MomentumZA, also with our hashtag Science for Success. I'm Ilana. Bye-bye.
Do you want to take it out from me, Matet?
I'm trying to. Everything is just
Okay, we've just come out of the Science of Success Wealth session, and let me tell you, there were so many questions from you guys online. We appreciated the feedback, but you know what? I've got Celeste Khumalo, who does a pretty interesting job. What do you do?
I'm a lot with